morning. What an extraordinary day. Welcome to Admin Days Global 2024. I'm Dr. Alexander Olech, Head of International Cooperation at Defense24 Group.
Good morning. Hello, everyone. I'm Robert Posłajko, representing Accents, the organizer of Admin Days. It's incredible to see how far we've come. This marks the 5th edition of Admin Days and the second time we are doing it globally, bringing in top expert speakers from around the globe. Today we are live from here, Cyber Defense 24 studio, because we are proud to collaborate with Cyber Defense 24 on this project.
Admin Days Global 2024 is the place where you're gonna meet all IT experts, cybersecurity representatives. You will have courses, lectures, online discussions. I think this event gonna bring the marvelous ideas, and also have a chance to have this international and also online conversation with our best practitioners and lecturers. I think that you have special days that is awaiting for you today.
Yes, we've got 3 intense days of content ahead of us, starting with today in Cyber Defense Studio, broadcasting live with Q&A sessions and presentations, followed by 2 immersive days of workshops. But most importantly, there is a community, conversations, quizzes, ranks, everything on our Discord servers, so don't hesitate to join our community and participate in it to make the most of this opportunity.
We already know that this year, this time will be a great opportunity for our audience, but could you tell us more a little bit about what is the difference between the previous edition and the current one?
Yes, thank you, Alexander, for that question. So actually, this year is different in this way that we do it again globally, having speakers from all around the world, but most remarkably, we have them from different countries, from France, Italy, from Czechia, from Poland and United States and beyond. But what's also important, that we have interactive Q&A sessions. So after each 2 presentations, there will be interactive Q&A sessions, so you can ask the questions on our Discord server. And what's more, we have 2 days of practical sessions where you will roll up your sleeves and be following the live practical, technical, interactive sessions.
As we can see, we'll have Polish, but also the foreign experts. So could you elaborate a little bit on what we're going to talk about today?
Yes, today we have everything that is necessary for IT administrators, as we do it as Admin Days. So we will start with remote support topic, starting with Grzegorz Oleksy, CEO of Accents, who will present the new possibilities of remote access, being also the presentation of Access' new product. What is more, later on, we will dive more into the cybersecurity topic. So we will have Raquel Bizet and Martin Haller. They will explore those cybersecurity issues. Then we will have Luis Vairenga and also Francisco Chiarini, and they will also speak about even more technical aspects of defense. And then we will move on to compliance issues. And we will have Annie Leslie speaking about Dora and NIS2 directive. And we'll wrap up with Piotr Adamczyk from also Accents, who will be speaking about the requirements and procedure standards as ISO for IT teams, IT administrators, that they need to follow to be compliant and could possibly work correctly.
We have discussed the previous edition. We also do know that last week we had a Polish edition, but we do all know that your marvelous event, Admin Days Global, will continue. It's not only about today. So what can we expect within upcoming days?
Yes, today we are broadcasting here live from the studio. Tomorrow we'll have our technical experts sessions. So we will meet again on our Discord server, on our YouTube channel, when you will follow those presentations. But most importantly, please be active, because you need to participate in it. And again, we'll be very into technical aspects of cybersecurity. We'll have such amazing speakers as Ramses Gallego, as Nico Leidecker, like Leonida Reitano, an expert from Italian police forces. So all of that will be very interesting. And following day, we will have Michelle Hammers with PowerShell escape rooms. So I would say one of the most popular topics among IT administrators, speaking about PowerShell. So I'm very confident that it will bring you a lot of detailed knowledge, and you will also be able to practice this live with our experts. So don't forget to bring your computers prepared for clicking and typing live.
And here a small announcement, because this edition is extraordinary because you're offering a new tool. For our audience, there's a huge possibility to have online communication, to exchange views, but more important, to ask a question. Could you tell us more? How can we engage our audience?
Yes, if you are watching this broadcast live on YouTube, but haven't yet joined our Discord server, please do so. Because most importantly, everything happens there in terms of Q&As and questions. After you join the server, you need to accept our community rules, and later on, all the possibilities will be ahead of you. So you can ask questions. You can take part in the quizzes, and the right answers will be rewarded. As you will be more active, you will be ranked, and as your rank grows, there is more chance that you will receive a nice gift from Accents, the organizer, afterwards. And what's most important, that you need to ask questions to our speakers to participate in today's Q&A sessions.
So correct me if I am wrong, but it means that Admin Days Global offers an amazing opportunity that you can simply ask questions to our experts, and then they can answer and show that it's not only about being here during the conference, but in general to engage and have direct answer from the best practitioners and theoretical minds during our conference.
Yeah, simply it works like that you need to open the dedicated channel for each session and each day. The channel is questions, Q&A, and simply there you need to ask the questions in a format. So please do so by saying, by typing question 2, name, surname, and followed by the question itself. Afterwards, our moderators will pick up those questions that can be answered live. We'll pick up some of them and to deliver the most important interaction with our speakers. And you, Alexander, will be the one who will be asking our expert here in the studio with everything that comes from our community.
Thank you, Robert, very much for all those details and giving us this approach. And dear audience, I reckon it's a high time that you prepare yourself for all those interesting lectures. And moreover, also, you have to think about your questions, and I'm going to choose the best one. See you within a few minutes, and there will be followed by the very first presentation from our expert. See you soon.
Have a great day.
And here we go again. The very first presentation, I reckon our outstanding guest will show you what's about the remote access. So the first presentation from Grzegorz Oleksy will be about new possibilities for remote access. And our guest is a visionary and innovator. He has been developing IT, network management, and cybersecurity software for how many? 20 years, 2 decades. CEO of Accents. He founded in 2005. Huge honor for me and extraordinary chance for you to watch his presentation. I remind you, new product, Connect Pro release. Invite you to show.
Good day, everyone, and I'm very glad that I can do this product launch with such a great and wide audience. And I would like to say that I'm especially happy because now I'm presenting Accents Connect Pro, which is a new approach to process of IT. One of the most important processes in IT, all IT departments, which is remote support. Well, you probably know some products which can do remote access to all computers and devices, but Connect Pro is not only remote access, it's much more. It covers all aspects of remote help, remote support to all employees within the organization. So let me talk a few words about this process. Well, there are 4 actually key points. The first one is, of course, the communication with IT department. There is also very important remote access to computers, but also in order to solve problems, you have to discover and diagnose those problems in the computer. And also, the 4th thing is to be able to fix the problem itself. And Accents Connect Pro is the product about all those key points of the whole remote support process. And I have to say that we created Connect Pro with simplicity in mind. So it's very easy to use, easy to configure, install, and use. It has well-designed and simple UX. And what's also very, very important, Connect Pro is based on the proven Envision technology, which we developed for more than 10 years. So it's secure and reliable. Now, with Connect Pro and Envision, now we have offer for all organization of all sizes. Connect Pro for smaller ones, and for more mature organizations that need much more coverage in terms of IT processes, we have Envision. And let's see the product itself. Well, let's start with the dashboard, where we can see the aggregation of all problems, all communications from people within the organization. We can process through all those issues. So the IT departments IT guy can see all the devices and conversations here. Well, we can see also all connected devices, and what's important from this point, we can perform quite important tasks like restart and shutdown of selected computers. I told that Connect Pro has the ability to make a diagnosis, and with Connect Pro, you can see every device, every computer, see the configuration of the hardware, and also see the system configuration. As you may see, it's quite very detailed in terms both of the equipment and also system configuration, as well as you can see the information about software being installed on the computer. I have to say that it's based on Envision technology, so you can see not only those programs that has been installed, but also those the user just copied to the hard drive. And when the diagnosis finished, so the IT administrator found the problem, then he can do fix the problem. And one of the possibilities, of course, is just to have a remote access to the computer, but that would disturb the user. And with Connect Pro, you can do most of the things without even being forced to do the remote access. So with Connect Pro, you can actually do file management, registry editing, process management, and so on, without even interrupting the user. But of course, there are some tasks that has to be performed with remote access, and for that purpose we have the remote access feature. And with that, as you can see, you can choose both physical console, for example, to log into the computer with administrative ability, or you can just access to any logged-in user. And here you can see remote access screen. As we may see here, you can switch monitors and also select parameters for low bandwidth link. Let's go to the communication part of Connect Pro. Let's start with the user. User can report the problem as well as have a conversation with IT department. And the user does not too concerned about who talk to, in case, of course, with organizations with more than one IT administrator. So the user can just write any message, and all people in IT department will see that. And as you may see, the user can also see the information from IT that the problem has been solved. And of course, now the user may accept that or deny that the problem actually has been solved. So that's the very simple and I think good solution from the user point of view, because everything is in one conversation. And now let's go to the IT department part. IT guys can see all conversations with all users here. They can see the conversation. They can also mark the problem as being solved. And important information here that we still keep the development of the product in this area, specifically for bigger organizations. And in here, Connect Pro will have better ability to deal with these conversations for bigger organizations that have more than one IT administrator, so they could easily navigate through all those open problems. Now a few words about licensing. Access Connect Pro is subscription-based, but it's not the cloud product. So also very important thing is that no information is being sent to our servers. So you can have secure configuration, secure all the information sent to and from your computers. And what's important and what's different from the competition, our product does not limit a number of simultaneous connections, remote connections to all computers within the organization, no matter how many IT guys you have. And of course, there is the trial. So I would like to invite you to contact our sales department also to have the presentation, live presentation of the product. And let me also say that if you would start with Connect Pro and then you would decide that, well, you need much more than just remote support solution. If you would like to have much more, I mean, the product covering all the IT department processes, then there is the ability to upgrade to Envision, of course. And you can take a look also at the pricing here, but of course you will find that at our website. And well, that's it. And thank you for participation in my presentation.
Hello again after a short break. Now we have the second presentation, and with me is an outstanding expert, Raquel Biz. She's going to talk about deception in cybersecurity and the critical importance of configuration. Raquel Biz is a cybersecurity expert with a background in aerospace and engineering. Also, he leads a key project in ZTNet cybersecurity. Moreover, she also spoken at many international events, and today she's sharing her views with us. I also would like to add that she was a chief cybersecurity expert at Impact West Group. I'm leaving you with this great presentation. I remind you, deception in cybersecurity.
Hello everyone, I'm Raquel. I'm really happy and honored to be here today giving this keynote speech. If you're watching us live, or if one day you're going to watch the recording of that, I'm very glad to be here today. Thank you for the opportunity. So I will speak about deception and configuration. And why is that? Well, it is because as an ethical hacker, I will show you everything I hate to find when I'm in an engagement. So cyber deception and configuration is definitely a way of hardening the environment and making it more difficult for hacker to move around, to try to do something. And the thing is that bad guys, they're already using deception. And all the tools we have already in our environments, our controls, EDR, SIEM, email filtering, firewall, you name it, what they do is to look for evil, when in reality, what the hackers are doing is they're trying to be more authentic. So they're trying to impersonate, to use a user that might not have been deactivated to be walking around in the environment. And most of the tools we have are looking for the evil, for the weird thing, when in reality the hackers, what they are trying to do is to look just like an admin. And that's why admins very often make the best hackers. So cyber deception is not just honeypots. It's the entire process. It's really taking the kill chain in cybersecurity from the recurrent sounds to take every step what the hacker is going to do, and in every step put things so that the hacker will lose a lot of time. There is this guy called John Strand, if you want you can Google it, and he has a quote that I really like. He says that pentester tears makes the best wine, and yes, I like to agree with that. That's why I like to show what's really, what really I hate to find. When you make a scan and you find thousands of ports, or when you start to look at the environment, it gives you a weird feeling. This is exactly what I'm going to talk about today. Just trying to play in the cats. Yes. So this is what deception is about. When you know well environment, which sometimes it's a big challenge to know exactly how many nodes you have, how many, the percentage of the traffic, how many TCP protocols you have, or ICMP. This is definitely a challenge to have. And the game is really to make the hacker lose time. So what we can do then to implement cyber deception? There are a huge pool of techniques. I wish I could be here speaking for 3 weeks about it. My time is very limited, so I will take one of my favorites, and speak about them. When you're doing recon, what you look, it's definitely going to be looking for pages when not indexed on Google, but you can create unlinked pages with bogus data that are going to make the hacker lose time. He thinks he finds something interesting, and actually he didn't. In the cyber kill chain, another thing you can also use is to create bogus accounts. So users with very juicy details, the type of details that the hacker would be really looking for. The admin, or someone with a special access, someone from finance, someone that the hacker will definitely try to use social engineering or to try a phishing of some kind. So this is a type of account deception. Can also use inside of the honeypots to create a fake admin, and in the moment that you see the user using this admin and moving around, you not just can collect data from that hacker, but you can also understand what is the hacker want, what is the kind of tools. Because in the end, what a honeypot is, it's a forensic tool. It's really to collect data from that hacker to understand which type of tools he uses and what he's looking for, and use that data to better adapt your controls and your environment. This is another video I'm trying to play. And another thing that you also can do is generate fake traffic. It's really to cover the entire cyber chain, from recon to what we definitely want to avoid. But if it happens in honeypot, it's not a big deal. The owning of that environment. Usually in, I would say, a standard control type of environment, if you see an attacker doing something in the environment, the tendency that you're going to have is to just kick him out. But the opportunity of actually having to absorb, to understand what this hacker does, it's a data that can be very interesting. Another type of a tool that is interesting is a canary token. It's like a motion sensor for digital assets. So you can put inside of your honeypot, but also a way of having alerts that kind of decrease the false positive, because this is also what honeypot does. Is every alert that you're going to have from a honeypot, you know that it's not a false positive, because we know that the honeypot is there. Is not supposed to be accessed. If it's accessed, you know that something is wrong. Unless you have one of your users being bored or just playing around, or someone in the first day just scanning and checking some things. But in the principle, in the very definition of the honeypots, is not supposed to be accessed. So the moment it is accessed, you know that there's something going on there. So honey tokens are very interesting. It's perfect for people who are paranoid. I like to say that I'm paying to be paranoid. And so my users can be working, and chilling. And my job, it is to be paranoid as an ethical hacker, as a defender, in compliance in every aspect that I had, the different hats that I had in my life. It is to be paranoid. And I like canary tokens because you can deploy them in all sorts of different parts. You can be in folders, you can be in network, it can be in apps. So that is this really nice tool, totally for free, that you can use to put those alerts in different parts that you would like to see if inside of the honeypot or not, it's your choice, if which kind of alert they're going to have. See if they're going to be accessed, when, how, by who, just to have an idea on also how to have this feedback loop. So you know you have the sensors in your environment. Honeypot is also can be an interesting tool to, of course, as a forensic tool, as I already mentioned. But they're very cheap to deploy. They're not heavy. They're not very time-consuming, like a SIEM where you have a lot of alerts and you have to fine-tune so you avoid to have all those false positives. It's a tool that it can really give you an idea of how the attack market is, so you can better prepare. So I give really an idea of the style for the type of attacking, if it's state-sponsored or if it's just a low type of attack. to have an idea so you can adapt. So we can continuously create this feedback loop where you can have a sensor in the market for you, working for you, in a cost that it's very low. It's not difficult to deploy. You don't need a lot of capacity to deploy those honeypots. What it's very important, and that's why I put this disclaimer, is to understand how honeypots, especially for the honeypots who have who have a high interactivity with the attackers, to understand how is the legal aspect of it. So whatever you do, and when I'm talking about honeypot, about deception, that's absolutely nothing to do with hacking back. It's really, I put this legal consideration. So the first thing you do before putting honeypot, or before putting anything there, is to understand the legal aspect. Is to sit with someone from legal and understand what are the possibilities, what are the legal frame of the country you're in, of the market you are in, of the field you're in terms also of compliance, what you can and cannot do. This is very important before doing anything. Usually for configuration it's a bit different, because configuration, the compliance is always supporting configuration. They're always very highlighted in every configuration to-do list. For honeypots, it can be a bit different, especially for the ones who are going to be interacting with the user, because you're going to be collecting data. So it's very important to understand during the deployments and treat this with a lot of caution, to have this legal consulting. They are familiar with the cybersecurity laws, and to have this advice. This is very important. That's why I put this disclaimer here. So once you think about deploying a honeypot, you go speak with someone that can help you and can make you do the best of it. So honeypots are, there is a huge pool of different honeypots and tools that can be used as honeypots. So it is something that is evolving every day. Every day. What I want to do after here is to collect different links and books and talks and a lot of material about it that I'm going to be posting on LinkedIn, because it's definitely a topic that fascinates me, because I have a relationship of love and hate with honeypots and deception, because they really make me lose a lot of time. But once I start to dive into them and to understand them, to detect them also as an ethical hacker, I find how they are useful for defenders. It is possible to detect honeypot as an ethical hacker. That is this honey score, honeypot or not, that you can find at Shodan. I mean, I think we all know Shodan really well. So you can have a look to see, to check, see the IP you put in there, and sometimes Shodan can tell you if it's a honeypot or not. And there's a lot of innovation in the honeypots. It's possible to track software piracy, the tools popularity. What are the hackers using? You know, which kind of scanners are they using? When they're living off the land, what they like to take with them. So it is a tool, and that's why I find it so fascinating, is the amount of possibilities it gives for defenders, for admins, or any place you are in this huge field that is cybersecurity. So as I mentioned, it's even for high interaction honey-nets and honeypots, the amount of capacity that you need is not much. It all will depend on the OS you're going to use and the tools you're going to have there to capture the data, to make the analysis. It is good for to collect this data, so you can start, instead of just looking for what is evil, you look for what it is abnormal, because that is what a lot of tools do already. The aspect of the honeypot that is interesting is, as the bad guys already use deception, we use deception against them. It's really that psychological effect of, I know what you're doing. And for any hacker to feel watched, it's extremely uncomfortable. That's the small moment, as fascinated as I can be for honeypots, for honeynet. The moment I feel that I'm being watched, the moment I scan, I see a huge list of ports, or I see things changing, or I'm inside, but I see that the honeypots and non-honeypots are very simple. There is not much. So I was like, oops, I need to erase everything and just get out. So it's this effect on the hacker will make them think twice before continuing. Because in the end, it's about the time you're going to invest. If you're a bad attacker trying to do some harm, you want to go for a target that is easy. So that you can make the maximum of cash out of, because in the end, the attackers, the economy of hacking is that. It's a business model. So you don't want to waste time in an environment that is not real. You really want to be inside of the real thing, look for data, look things that can be monetized. So just if that effect on hackers to know, okay, I know what you're doing, I'm watching you. This is definitely something that make think twice and probably moving to another target. There is this Argos honeypot that I find interesting because it has a possibility of detect 0 days attack. As you know, 0 days attack, they are pretty much done attacking the memory. So Argos uses a dynamic taint analysis to track the usage of market data through memory. And I find this interesting to have an open source tool that it's easy to deploy, that can give you a good opportunity to detect 0 days attack, which is definitely the nightmare of any admin out there. So honeypot is basically a reverse firewall. So you can come in, but it's just a bit more difficult to come out. So here's a really simplified view of an easy firewall, easy to get inside. So the attacker going to be very happy to be inside and to be dabbling and to try to live over the land. And this one is using also FTP and telnet, which is really designed to attract malicious activity. And to implement Argos honeypot is really, it's quite simple. Honeypots usually are quite simple to deploy. Is just once more to show that this is a cost-effective possibility and a pool of immensely of tools that we have, and that is also interesting to understand how the attackers are thinking and what they are looking for. And now about the configuration of cybersecurity. Configuration and deception are definitely things that make me lose time. And I like to speak about them because this is really about shrinking the attack surface. Configurations are also best friends of compliance. The attackers, the first thing to look, it's for unpatched things that we can attack, for easy exploits. In everywhere, in routers, anywhere we can find them, servers, we're going to try to find those exploits that are easy to deploy. So if things are configured and if you have honeypots, the hacker definitely going to have a terrible day. And this is the objective. It's to make them move to another environment and forget about us. So when I find in the same day traps, find the fake login page, the admin is fake. In the end, you cannot do much. You realize you are inside of a honeypot, and they already know which tools you are using. They don't know how you roll. Fake traffic, fake personas on LinkedIn. They have juicy, but then you see this person do not really exist. a lot of open ports that keep changing. So all of that is definitely going to give attackers a bad time, and this is what we're looking for here. So configurations are very important to have in every aspect. If you're on cloud, if you're on premise, your IoT devices, it's very important to always have them up to date, to have regular audits, to have them automated. This is definitely something you don't want to be doing manually. So it's important to shrink that attack surface so the hackers can have a bad time getting in. And the synergy between cyber deception and configuration is about that. It's about making hard to bypass. It's about make the hacker lose time. It's about having a robust security strategy. Best practice for configuration. I think we all know them by now. Regular audits, least privilege. Don't give all the privilege and all the access to everybody. And automation. If you can automate them, that's some really interesting tools out there that can do that for you. So you can also roll back. Backup, it's also very important to have. So if something don't happen, it should be a possibility of rolling back. That least privilege, it's about trusting no one and really just giving the access that the user needs, and also be very present. What happens now very often is that users are sharing those accesses. This also is something that should definitely be avoided. It happens. It just happens. But when you have a process that is strong enough and you're very close to those users to make sure they have the access just the exact amount they need is the best. And of course, closing those access once people leave. So best practice of cyber deception. Yeah, the integration. It's some very straightforward. The maintenance, it's very easy to maintain, and the training. There are so many tools out there, so it's just about really finding the right one for your environment. Every environment is unique, so it's find the right technique and deploying them. Yeah, the future of cybersecurity now with AI for deception, you have the possibilities are endless with deepfake. For voice, for video, for images, in social engineering, and all sorts of things. So this is moving very fast, in a very fast pace. And right now we are having new waves of technology. So if you want to know more about honeypots, that is the HoneyNet project. And it's very interesting to see what is new, which new honeypots are there, and to learn more about honeypots, the deployments, how they work, and everything. So I'd like to thank you. If you want to know more about honeypots or in cybersecurity in general, I have a newsletter. I like to write articles. I like to share memes. I have a really nice collection of memes. So you can follow, you can access my website, and you can follow me on LinkedIn, and where I like to speak about different aspects in cybersecurity, in technology, but also in empowerment, because I believe that empowerment is very important. Personally, I don't believe in the word expert, because cybersecurity is so wide. Everything is changing constantly. Every part of cybersecurity have incredible depths. So it's hard to be expert in cybersecurity. You can be expert in a single field inside of cybersecurity, but I believe it's really hard to be an expert on everything. Everything's changing so fast, and right now we are going through different waves of new technologies. So yeah, this is Raquel Bize. Thank you very much for having me today.
Hello again. After a short break, we are aiming to have another presentation. So the main topic is Enter-ID. Is it a ticking bomb? With me is Martin Haller, an extraordinary expert, co-founder of Patron ID. Moreover, he is an ethical hacker and cybersecurity expert. Mainly, he focuses on identifying vulnerabilities and share insights. What does it mean he shares insight? Please visit his website, martinharer.com. I'm leaving you with that interesting topic, Enter-ID. Is it a bomb?
Good day, everyone. My name is Martin Haller, and I'm working in cybersecurity. Over the last 8 years, we did a lot of incident responses during the ransomware attacks. We help the companies to recover from the incident, identify the initial attack vector, identify the lateral movement, negotiate with the hackers, and try to the companies, the victims, to strengthen their defense. We did more than 100 of responses, but we needed just a couple of them to realize that there are some patterns. We think that the most critical part of the attack is the lateral movement. Why? Because there are several ways how the attackers can gain access to the victim's network. It can be through the phishing email, through the RDP, VPN, some vulnerabilities in public services. It can be through leaked credentials, password spray, password brute force attack. So there is a lot of ways how to get inside, but there are just few ways how to escalate, because if they want to deploy the ransomware, they need to control the whole environment to encrypt the data and delete the backups. And once they are inside, they just have one username, one identity, or just one computer or endpoint which they are controlling. And to encrypt everything, they need to elevate their access. And that's the phase which we call lateral movement. And they just do the same tricks again and again and again. And I believe that's the phase the defenders should focus more. And if they would focus on it more, they would, the defense would be better for them. And right now you are maybe asking why I'm speaking about Active Directory, which is an on-premise environment, when my talk should be about Enter-ID, which is a cloud environment. And the reason is that I see a parallel between the on-premise environment and the cloud environment. Look, before Enter-ID was called Azure Active Directory. It was some kind of sign that it's a cloud version of Active Directory. They look similar from one point of view, because you are creating users, groups, joining devices, adding members to the groups. But that's just the tip of the iceberg, because below those technologies are very different. There are different protocols for authentication, authorization, and so on. For example, on Active Directory, we have NTLM and Kerberos as an authentication protocols, and in Enter-ID, we have SAML or OAuth. And both of the technologies, they are very complex. So if I sum it up, each of those technologies require a lot of knowledge to defend properly. But what's the challenge of today's world is that the companies, they are not just one or the second technology based. They have hybrid environments. So most of the companies, they have Active Directory and Enter-ID. So it's double of the complexities and double of the attack surface which you need to cover. So that's the worst position where the defenders can be. And to sum it up, look, as I said, we believe that the defenders are losing with ransomware gangs, especially because the ransomware gangs, they know Active Directory better, and they are able to do lateral movement in a matter of hours or days, which is quite fast when they attack during the night or during the weekends or holidays. So companies which don't have 24/7, 365 coverage of IT department or some managed EDR, they go on weekend, and on Monday the systems are not working at all. So it's easy, it's hard to catch the attackers on time because the lateral movement is so fast. And as what we see in Active Directory, we believe we will see the same in Enter ID, because they are the same complexity, but Enter ID is much more recent. So if we have Active Directory here for 15 years without any bigger change, but still there are defenders who don't know it good, then with Enter ID, what's the situation? It's evolving so rapidly, it's recent, and there is the same lack of skilled people. And as well, the best practice is just evolving. So with situation that almost everyone has Enter ID, I believe it's a time-ticking bomb, and it's just a matter of time when we will see a big surge of attacks against the Enter ID. We believe that right now we don't see so much attacks because the typical cybercrime actors who are financially motivated don't have monetization model for that. So they know how to hack Enter ID, but they don't know how to make money on that, because the technique with the ransomware is not working in the cloud yet. But once they will find it out, I believe there will be the surge of the attacks. And with the APT groups, the state threat actors, they already know how to monetize that, because they are not motivated by financially, but they are motivated in a espionage. So they lack, or they go for the informations. But you will see that further in the slides. So just to give you a glimpse how Enter ID can be complex, I have some demonstrations and some topics to cover. So let's start with the multi-factor authentication. It's a technology which is native for the cloud world. It's a good technology which is raising the barrier or the defense level we are having, but the technology is not so easy to implement as it could sound from the first glimpse. So what is it about, and what's it's protecting us against? So MFA protects us against credential leaks. It's not protecting us against the phishing, because the phishers, they were very fast. We can see that it's a phishing site. And how can we say that? It's because the address bar, that the URL is not the legit one. It's not login.microsoftonline.com. It's a fake site. But from the technical point of view, the sign-in form is genuine. It's the same to the last pixel, as you will see. So if I provide my working email address to that, we see that it's asking us if we are going to use the work account or personal account. How can the phishing site knows that I have two accounts under the same email address? It doesn't know it. The phishing site is just a proxy which is forwarding all the data to the Microsoft login site and then returning it to the victim. So the form looks like genuine. And as you can see, if I have chosen the work account, I'm asked for the passwordless authentication, and as well the company branding has been loaded. So for the users, it's hard to say it from the site. They can just say it, or they can just realize that they are on phishing site from the URL address. And I will do the authentication through the passwordless. And maybe you are wondering what the attacker has right now, because if I did it with passwordless, there is no password he could catch. But the password is not the only thing you can get from the phishing attack, but you can get a session cookie. which is even better because with the session cookie, you can implement it into your browser, or the attacker can implement it or inject it into his browser, and he will be signed as the victim. So if we go to the sign-in portal or Office 365 portal, we see that we are not signed in, and if we will import the cookie session, we will have the victim's session, and we will be signed in. Even the victim did a passwordless authentication, which is MFA type of authentication. So, as I said, it's MFA is not a protection against the phishing, it's just a protection against the credential leaks. And how those attacks evolved. So later on, we had a type of attack which is a phishing attack, but it's called browser in the browser. And as I said, the only way how we can, how user can say if it's on legit page or phishing page is by looking on the address bar. But with browser in the browser, even the address bar is lying, because the attack consists of creating a fake window. The window looks legit, but actually it's not a window. It's just a drawing of a window. And as it's a drawing, you can write whatever you want into the address bar, because it's not a real address bar, it's just a fake address bar. So with this type of attack, it was for the victims even, or the regular users, even harder to say if they are on a phishing site or legit site. That's why, as a defenders, we have invented something which is called phishing-resistant MFAs. Those are authentication methods which are resistant to the phishing, because we have transferred the only way how we can say if it's a legit site or not is by the address, and people are prone to misinterpret the address they are on. So we said, okay, let's leave it for machines, because the machines are better in comparing the addresses. And that's why how the phishing-resistant MFAs or authentication methods are working. And as well, they are based on asymmetric cryptography, and they have some other pros and cons. So that's what's recommended right now to use. It's good technology, it's handy, but still, it doesn't mean that this game with cat and mouse has ended. It's just evolving, because those phishing-resistant authentication methods can be phished by using device code flow authentication method. And this method consists of that you are not tricked to sign in on a phishing or fake website. You are tricked, or there is another functionality being misused, and it's a functionality which allows you to sign you on a device remotely. So it means, for example, you turn on your TV, which doesn't have any keyboard or mouse, and the TV will give you a code. And then you are going to your notebook, provide the code to the Microsoft, and Microsoft will ask you, hey, do you really want to sign in on that remote device? And you say yes. So this method is not connected with fake sites, but it's connected with misusing functionality or exploiting functionality which is legit, but the users don't know about that functionality, and they will mistakenly let the attackers sign in. So then there is another type of issues or complexities, because on on-premise environments, we were used to have usernames and passwords, or just the smart cards to sign in user inside. But with Enter ID, there are multiple authentication methods. And to show you another demonstration, so let's imagine we are following the attack, the phishing attack, which we had against our victim, but just right now it will be a username called Diego. We are putting inside the session cookie to get his identity. It's a session cookie we just stole from the last attack. And we are going to make persistence on the user to be able to come back whenever we want, even after the user reset his password. So right now we are signed as the user, and we will go to his profile to add a new authentication method. So under the security info, we see that the user has a FIDO key and as well one authenticator for MFA. So we as an attackers will add another authentication method. One of them will be MFA authenticator, which we will set up. And in future, it can be used to reset user's password. So in case we will lose everything, we can get back into victim's identity by resetting his password to the self-service reset portal. And as well, we will add a FIDO key, which is the most secure phishing-resistant authentication method. And as well, Microsoft allows us to name the FIDO key the same name, to have like duplicate name for the FIDO key as the legit one. So if someone will be doing a review of the user's authentication methods, it will be hard for him to say what's a legit FIDO key and what's the malicious one. So now you see that there are two FIDO keys with the same name. And probably during the review, they will just think that it was a mistake or it's a duplicate, or maybe the user just reset his FIDO key and then set it up the second time. And now we can just, when we will want, sign in as the victim through that FIDO key, which we just set up. And why I'm speaking about that? I'm speaking about that because most of the people from the on-prem, they are used to like solve the compromised identity just by resetting the user's password. But in a cloud world or Enter ID world, it's not enough. You need to go through the authentication methods of the user, to revoke all the sessions, to go through his connected devices. So there's more steps to do, and if you don't do that, you will probably miss some of the backdoors or persistencies the attackers could have on that account. And even Microsoft have some table, which you can see. There are multiple authentication methods. Some of those authentication methods can be present multiple times for the user. And then there are some authentication methods which are just MFA authentication methods or single factor authentication methods, and they can be combined to have like MFA authentication method. So you see it's much more complex right now than it was before on the on-premise environment. And then another complexity, enterprise applications. It's something which we don't have on-premise environment. Or something similar was called managed service accounts or group managed service accounts. But with Enter ID, it's much bigger beast right now. So to show you, cloud is about collaboration. So there is a technology which allows you, if you are an application developer, you just develop the application, you register it under your tenant, and then the companies, they want to use your application, they just make an instance to your application. So in their tenant, there is enterprise application, or in AKA service principal, or simply said, it's a username, user account for application. Is created under their tenant, and it can receive some permissions. So for example, there can be a developer doing some software which does analysis of emails. So he creates the application. In his tenant, there is application registration, and the customers, they are just instanting it into their tenants and assigning it a permission, because if it's supposed to do email analysis, it needs access to all the mailboxes. But if the tenant or the developer is breached, compromised, it means that the attackers, they will get access to all mailboxes of all their customers. So one breach can cause harm to hundreds, thousands, or even more companies. So it's a good functionality, but as well it's double-edged. And to have an example, just this year, in January, Microsoft made an announcement that their production tenant was hacked or was breached, and some APT group was able to read all their emails and was doing espionage for them for some while. And how did it happen? It happened that some APT group was doing password spray, and they made it into some old tenant. Microsoft said it was their tenant, but it was old non-production testing tenant. And as this was old, there wasn't any MFA, and probably because they were able to get inside through password spray, even the password was very weak. And you would say, okay, test tenant without any production data, so nothing could be found there. But they realized, the attackers, that there is some application with high permissions which is trusted by the production Microsoft tenant. So from defender's point of view, it's like a breach of tiering model, because the high tiered environment, which is Microsoft production tenant, is trusting something from a tenant which shouldn't be trusted at all. But it happened. And by exploiting it, the attackers were able to get control over the Microsoft production tenant. And just to make a summary for that, look, this is how complex the enterprise applications are. That even Microsoft is not able to keep it clean and secure. Microsoft, which has almost unlimited budget on technology, people, security, and he made this technology up. He invented the technology, but still they weren't able to keep it secure. So it's a challenge for us, for regular companies, to understand those enterprise applications, to do reviews, to do audits, and to keep our environments secure. To show you some complexity of those applications, I have the last demonstration for you. It's about backdooring the applications. So it's a post-breach activity. It means the attackers, they got into the environment and they are trying to establish a persistence. So they are going through the enterprise applications to find some application they could backdoor. So they just pick some application which doesn't have any permissions. So it's just an application which is used just for single sign-on. So if you are going to do some review of the permissions or of the applications, you will probably miss that application because it cannot make any harm. But I have a PowerShell which will just arm the application. It's a post-breach activity, so we will sign in into the Exchange Online, Microsoft Graph. We will provide the application ID, and the PowerShell will add new secret string or secret credentials to get the identity of the application to sign in as the application, and then it will add the permissions to the application. But it will add the permissions in a hidden way. I'm not using anything malicious. I'm just using regular functionality of the Microsoft or of the Enter ID. The thing is just that the functionality is quite new. It has been presented this year, and Microsoft said it will make a GUI for that functionality, but he didn't yet. But so if you want to use that functionality or review the functionality, you need to use API. But most of the admins, they don't use API yet. They rely on the GUI. But if someone will place the backdoor through that API, only thing how can you do a review or find it out is utilizing the API. And if you don't know the technology, it's not so easy neither, because by default there is already dozens of regular entries there. So it's a little bit like finding a needle in a haystack. So right now it's been backdoored, the application, and we can sign in as the application by using the PowerShell, which is shown there. So just to try to access someone's mailbox, for the first time it will fail because we haven't connected yet. It's just to be sure that we don't have any session. So it's not working, and right now if we will sign in as the application and we will try to access the mailbox of some user again, we are able to see the content of his mailbox. And we can see it in GUI as well. And just to be sure how we are signing it in, we can call MG context, and we will see that we are signing as the backdoored application, and we used just the secret string to get in. Another thing with the enterprise applications as well, that they are not following conditional access, and there is no MFA for them. So it's a very good vector for the attackers. And right now, if we are back to Enter ID, we see that still we don't see any permissions. But we already know that the application has permissions to manage all mailboxes in the company. So it means read and write anyone's mails and make changes to their mailboxes. So for example, create some transport rules as well. So no permissions. if we will go to the application registrations, find the application, we will see that there are no credentials for the application, but we know that it's not true because we were able to sign in as the application, and the reason why is because we added the credentials under the enterprise application, not to the application registration. And the thing is that under the enterprise applications, there is no GUI to show you the credentials. And as the last step, we have hidden the application. So right now, if we are going to search for that application, it will not be found with the default filter settings. We would need to clear the filter settings, but if we will do that, and we would not be looking for that specific application, there would be hundreds of applications. So it's really hard to go through all the applications and to say what application is malicious and what's not. So it's a big challenge for the future. We know that some APT groups, they are already misusing it, and we are just waiting for the regular financially motivated cyber threat actors to misuse it as well. And as the last point, I said that cloud is about collaboration. So the companies are working together, and by doing that, there is a mesh of trust being built upon. The same is with the enterprise applications, but the trust is not in hierarchical way. It's a mesh. It's a little bit chaotic mesh. So some companies trust some other companies, and those companies trust different companies, and so on. So there is a lot of interconnections, and the threat actors, they already realized that, and the same group which attacked the Microsoft before realized it and were misusing delegated administrator privileges before, because they realized that it's better to hack an MSP company because you hack just one company, but you have access to all of their clients, to hundreds of companies. So it's easier to do just one hack and benefit much more. That's why Microsoft just changed this technology DAP into GDAP, which is General Delegated Administrative Privileges. But from the real world, we see that the companies, they don't know how to use the technology still, and they are using it in a wrong way, which leads a big surface for huge supply chain attacks. I have a talk prepared for that, but it's a different talk, and it's about misusing those trusts to compromise as many tenants as it's possible. And I built a script, proof of concept for that, which is able to start with the first victim and exploit all the trust and go down recursively to gain access to most of the tenants it could get. And I believe it's a real threat which could shake hugely the cloud and trust environment we have right now. So to get to conclusions or to the defense, we need to realize that Enter ID is complex, and we need to focus on it. We need to realize that there is a significant threat. And once we know that, we need to prioritize our efforts, because we see that it's not about the people in cybersecurity would be just sitting bored in their offices. No, they are working all the time, and there is much work to be done. Then it's our capacity. So what we need to do is to make a list, order it list, and start with the most important remediations or hardening efforts. Because not all of the stuff which we can do are the same weight or same priority. And then it's about keep learning, because as I said, it's a recent technology which is evolving and changing rapidly. There is a new research going on all the time. There are best practices being created right now, and we need to keep learning to secure our environments. And that's all for my talk. Thank you for your attention.
again after a short break and a marvelous presentation. Now I have two outstanding guests with me, Raquel Biez and Martin Haller. They will share some of their thoughts with regards to cybersecurity and IT sector. Thankfully to Admin Days Global 2024, we have a privilege to also read your question, and fortunately it's not going to me who will answer them, but my guests. So long story short, let's go down to the business or to cybersecurity. And Raquel, I would like to start with you because our audience is really interested about the whole path, how to become an ethical hacker, an expert. So how did you start your career, and how is to become an ethical hacker?
That's a very good question. I grew up in an environment that was very technical. I had engineers, but also I had women around me in the family and the environment. They were technical. So when you see in your family a woman repairing a boat or opening a washing machine, you grow up believing that it's possible. So this really helped me to first to believe it was possible, and I was surprised to once in engineering school to see that there weren't many girls there. So this was first what opened my eyes to the technical world, to see everything what is behind, how things works. I was always curious to know how things works, and there was the starting point. And one day I opened a browser that I thought it was a browser and it was not a browser. So I had to reset my computer, and this fascinated me to see that, you can get hacked. It's just a matter of maybe time if you are not aware of how things works. So that started there, and cybersecurity became a big obsession, to the point that I had to learn and to dedicate my life to it. So this was.
Martin, before I ask you the next question, you are also the ethical hacker. Would you like to add anything to statements from Raquel? Like, what's your approach of becoming an ethical hacker?
I just wanted to become a hacker. So yeah, I think it's a great time right now, because computers are very cheap. Like, as I'm not the youngest, it was hard to have a computer. We didn't have internet. There wasn't enough of materials. Right now, you can have computer for free almost, which is very powerful. So you can run your own virtualization. You can download the software from internet, which you can run through the trial licenses. And YouTube is full of great videos, the same like this conference, where the people share their knowledge, and you can learn for very few money.
So at the end of the day, you can learn how to become an ethical hacker,
yes.
But at the same time, we are here to show how to protect ourselves. And here goes the question: if MFA can so easily be bypassed, even passwordless sign. So we would like to know what is this ultimate tool or a method that could protect us or protect our users. Do you perceive any? Do you see any?
Yeah, look, it's a cat and mouse game. So probably it will be still evolving. I'm sorry to correct you. Passwordless is not a phishing resistant authentication method. So it's a FIDO key, pass key, or certificate-based authentication methods. And yeah, maybe that's all. If I haven't forgot anything. So if you would start with them, so it's good. You will get rid of the phishing, and with the device code flow, it can be blocked right now in Entra ID. So it's a quite good setup, I believe. So, but then there are token thefts, which push it in different dimension or playfield. But it's not. Sometimes we say you just need to be running faster than the others, because as Raquel said, sometimes the attackers, they just go for the low-hanging fruit, for the weakest ones. So you need just to be evolving and not to be the last.
So my question is, if we have to follow the rabbit, is it that we are learning from those cyber enemies, or they are learning from us how to omit our protections? Who is learning from whom, if we can use this term?
It's both.
It's both. So
but it depends. You can be learning, but it's not a mandatory. There are people which are enthusiastic about the job and they are learning, and there are people who said, look, it's very demandful, this IT field, because you still need to be learning, and I don't have time for that. I have family, I have something, and they are more staying on the place and missing the technologies. And it's our IT field is not for someone who don't have time to learn.
So you have to be dedicated, motivated, and finally have a little more time than the others to become an expert. And here I hope you are not going to be this malicious expert.
Or have friends who are just doing that learning and then telling you, hey, do this and that. who are just like, how is it, like draining the knowledge, just making the concentrate from that and give you just the results. So they go 100 hours of research, and then they will give you 1 or 2 hours of like feedback or lesson class.
Okay, so when we think about those challenges and competence, I would like to ask you, Raquel, which honeypot projects do you recommend to start with?
I would recommend, well, there is many honeypots. It all depends first on the environment, on the goals. If it's just to try, I would recommend, if it's just to start, as a starting point, there is this guy called Fred Cohen. And Fred Cohen developed a deception toolkit. And I think I will start there. And also with the tokens, with the Canary tokens, just to have an idea of how it works, because it's really so easy to use, and to have a look on Fred Cohen toolkit.
Thank you very much, and I would like to remind you that we are having this amazing opportunity because you can communicate with us online and being live, so I can ask all those questions you've been asking, for instance, in Discord. So Martin, next question about those challenges. So isn't Microsoft aware of these issues and securing the multi-factor authentication process?
I don't know from Microsoft.
Or do you perceive that they are
Yeah,
working on it?
Yeah,
or
they are trying, but it's so complex. You know, it's not so easy. Yeah, it's evolving. There is a new functionality and technologies getting inside. But you know, we sometimes say that like complexity is the enemy of security, and to have your environments more secure, you need to get it more simple or make it simple. Because otherwise, when it's complex, there is much more space for misconfiguration, vulnerabilities, or just overlooking something. And look what we have right now. The entry ID is still growing, and there is new stuff coming inside. And definitely, there will still be a lot of space for new research and new exploits and vulnerabilities. But it doesn't mean that each company needs to use everything. It's better, less technologies you are using, the more secure environment you can have.
Okay, so staying with this topic, what do you think about this kind of situation? The recent CrowdStrike failure. Should big IT companies be more accountable for their simply malfunctions?
I don't know. I don't know. It's complex. I can say, you know, what's like as a technician, what's weird for me, it's like, whoa, they didn't have staging for the updates. Oh.
So
that's
you do
really
know,
bad.
you do know this.
No, it's but should they be liable for the damages? I don't know. But could they do it better? Yeah, probably they could, because, for example, Microsoft Defender has staging, and the updates are going like bubbling different way. And as well, if they like decided they will be using the kernel mode drivers and having more functionality there, yeah, it's more prone to errors. Yeah, maybe as a customer, it's up to you. You are doing reviews of products you are going to use. Maybe you can use more products, yeah, but it's more complex. Maybe, you know, because if you want to have resilience, so we have one data center, different data center, maybe you should be using different cybersecurity product, that if the cybersecurity product fails, that you don't have single point of failure. But it's about each company. It's architectural stuff, architectural thing.
So staying with this topic of errors and failures, I would like to ask you, Raquel, about the examples. So what could be examples of the legal risk for somebody who entraps, identifies, and finally catches intruders who are hacking his system?
This is a very good question. I'm not a lawyer. I think it will depend on, the first thing is, anything you do in cybersecurity, the best thing you can do is always have a chat or have a best friend that is a lawyer that can tell you what you can do, what you cannot do. For hacking, you always need authorization. This is the rule. You never go do things or collect data in any way if you don't have the authorization, and you have to have understanding. You don't need to be an expert, because I mean, as Martin said, the cybersecurity, you need a lot of time to always constantly being updating. But having someone who can guide you in the legal aspect to understand exactly what you can do, what you cannot do, and what are the possibilities for not just for honeypots or for deception, but for everything in cybersecurity? This is a really good question, definitely.
So we have to stick to lawyers again.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so dear audience, IT is the future, but at the same time, part-time or side-time job or university could be about IT. So Martin, because you have mentioned persistence and demoed the Eclipse, yeah, where the permission were set in a hidden way. So for our audience, any tips on how to efficiently spot such an activity on the logging side of things? Difficult
okay.
questions,
The first-
audience,
okay.
thank you very much.
The first is you need to realize that there is such a functionality. Then you can be searching for that, and you can be searching, or you do defense on two ways. You have auditing, so you are trying to catch the change while it's changing, you know, so you are trying to catch the attacker once it's setting up the persistence, and then you have some other way, and it's a reviews when you are, for example, once per year, once per half a year, going and doing a review of the applications and the changes has been done. So better is to catch them during the audit or during the going through the logs once it's happening, and then to have reviews in case someone's just missed it. You know, through the incident responses, we often see that the victims, they had alerts in their security systems. It's been full of alerts, but they misinterpreted the alerts. So then it's pity, and it's like, okay, so if we are not able to interpret correctly the logs, like you can have whatever system you want, but if the system is telling you, hey, problem, and you are like, no, not a problem, then you know, it's about people as well.
So again, the weakest point is at the end human being.
Yeah, but I would make it more concrete. You know, the IT department is the weakest part. It's not a regular employee, because if a regular employee fails, the impact is limited. He has some permission, so the attackers, they can access just some part of the data, but they cannot stop servers or the public services. But if IT department fails it, they have all the permissions. So the attackers have control over the whole environment. So if you need to spend money on educating people, then it should be on the IT department.
Great. It's a good piece of advice to consider in the future.
Yeah, to go to your boss and ask him for money.
Finally, good piece of advice, and it could be also one lesson learned from Admin Days Global 2024. So when we think about people, person, and at the end about our personality, the question is, Raquel, how can you be the normal person with paranoid job?
That's a really good question.
We have only good questions.
That is an amazing question. Yeah, it is, well, like Martin said, when you are part of the IT, when you have special accesses, you have to be careful. And this is always something that it becomes a part of your identity, to always be checking things, to monitor everything you have, and have those, have a way of life that reflects that. Having strong passwords and all of that, so you pretty much live like this, and with the idea that it's never 100%, because as a hacker, the first you want to target is the one who has the most access. So this is definitely something that that becomes really part of a way of life, I would say. It doesn't have to be also too constrained, or I mean, one also needs to, of course, have a normal life, but it's important to have this awareness, to understand that anyone can get hacked anytime, to be prepared also. If I get hacked, do I have a backup? Do I have do I can have my environment backed? How long this will take? What about the configuration? The configuration also backed up. So it's to have all of that in mind, and to also promote awareness. Because people tend to think, oh, you know, my data is not important, never gonna get hacked. I hear this all the time, really all the time, and for years now, and until it happens. So it can happen to anyone, and when you have those reflexes, you make this more difficult to because it's all about the monetization. It's really the hacking industry. It is an industry, is there. It's parallel to other industries we have in the world. If they exist, it's because it's possible to capitalize. And when people say no one cares about what I'm doing with my data or with my camera, it's hacked or not, there is impersonation. The most important thing we have is our identity. If someone impersonates that, they can do a lot of damage. I've seen cases of people who got their identity impersonated, and the impersonator took a loan with a shark loan. And for the person to get back his identity and have a normal life, it took a long time. And cases like this are more common than we might think. I wish they would have more like visibility. There will be more headlines about it, so people will be aware of the impact it can have in someone's life, and to just avoid that. Sometimes it really can be avoided with just being a little bit paranoid. If you're just a little bit, it's already enough.
I reckon it's great to be a little bit paranoid as long as you are secured, and this is all about today, to have this discussion and also to underline the most crucial elements for cybersecurity, and also for our audience that wish to develop, practice, and be better the next day. So last questions for both of you. Martin, this one is long for our audience. So phishing resistance MFA, just thinking. Along with this improvement, expanding the range of protections, what are the limitations of this mechanism? For instance, what it cannot protect against yet, and where, what types of mechanism are the possibilities to protect against those other remaining risks as well. So limits, mechanism, and the range of protections about phishing resistance MFA.
Okay, so as I said, those are the FIDO keys, Windows Hello for Business, and certificate-based authentication. Both of them, they require some additional equipment or hardware, so it costs something. But recently we had a new addition to the family, which is passkeys, which are supposed to replace passwords, and I think those are ideal because it doesn't require anything more than just your smartphone. But the thing is that currently the support or functionality is not complete yet over the Mac, iOS, and so on. It depends on some situation, it's not covered yet. But probably that will be the future, to replace the password, and that's the way to go. And the limitations are, okay, if you will block the device code of the code flow and, for example, authentication transfer, which can be done through the conditional access policies in Enter ID, there is what rests is the token theft stuff, which is very complex, and we don't have answer for that. There are some mechanisms how to continuous access evaluation and maybe some token binding, but continuous access evaluation is like becoming, it's working. Token binding is much more future, but we will see. But the token thefts will be a thing for the future. Once the phishing resistant authentication methods are widely used, I believe we will move on the token theft stuff.
Okay, thank you very much. So Raquel, last question. We'll go more into technology. So could you recommend any CTFs or other type of practice challenges targeted to someone junior on the right side of the things? Just a few, and why?
CTFs are very good catch the flag exercise, especially if they're done in teams. It makes you live a bit of, just to have an idea of what is an engagement. And this is definitely something I miss. I wish I could have more time to do them.
Me too.
Yeah, because it's fun, and you bond with people that's gonna definitely be part of your career, and it's interesting to create. I mean, it makes the community stronger, it makes the cybersecurity community stronger. And I definitely would recommend. I would recommend try all sorts of operating system, not just Kali, not just Parrots. Just try. I recommend also to try forensics. to see there is so much that can be attacked. There are so many tools, IoTs, anything with a circuit can be attacked. So I would definitely recommend to try different operating systems and the forensics. I think CTFs in forensics, I would not say they're the best, but they give you really a deeper view in the rabbit hole. Because then you can see all the traces on how the attack works and everything. And if people want to go to incident response or they want to be defenders, this is definitely a place to be. It's definitely something that could be interesting to do.
Thank you. I reckon your answer satisfied our audience. So thank you very much. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Raquel. There's a huge round of applause from our audience. You cannot hear it, but thanks to IT, thanks to cybersecurity, we can be here today and also have this discussion also online because those questions were directly from our audience. So thank you again, our lecturers. And dear audience, now we'll be having 20 minutes break. And then we are coming back with our outstanding guests, interesting presentations, and also all remarks that you will need to improve your cybersecurity and IT work. See you within the next 20 minutes. Good afternoon. After a short break, we are coming back with next presentation. Now with me is Luis Vierenga that is going to present a topic entitled AI Enhanced Information Security Environment, Navigating Technological Aspect of the Hybrid Threat. We all have heard about hybrid threats, challenges, all those foreign countries that are trying to implement and also influence other states. And Luis Vierenga is a lecturer at the Baltic Defense College. He focuses on NATO, artificial intelligence, and European politics. I would like to underline that previously he served in the US Marine Corps Infantry. I'm leaving you with this outstanding presentation.
Well, thank you, Alex, for having me, and thank you to everyone at Defense 24 for having me. It's a pleasure to be here back in Poland. I'm obviously going to speak about a very contemporary, pressing, and very important issue today, because I think that the full understanding of how we grasp what AI, what artificial intelligence is doing in many different domains is still a book that's being written. But I'm going to focus today on an aspect, information security in the information security environment. Over the last decade, there have been many crises, however defined, that have impacted the transatlantic community and globally as well. One of them, which I would say came right before the big boom of tech and AI, would be what we consider the crisis of knowledge, where dis and misinformation, as well as hostile information, alternative facts, and the like, have just really permeated the information environment. And that came right on the coattails of the boom in the cell phone revolution, where smartphones have basically become part and parcel of our day-to-day life. And of course, when these things happen and as they progress, it impacts different aspects. So the information environment, I would say, is key and crucial. Today, I'll talk about a couple of recent events. There are many of them. I'll focus on just a few due to time limitations. I'll talk about deepfake technology, because I think that this is the one of many areas where we're still trying to grasp how to effectively deal with this, and we're still trying to grasp how that is going to impact and cement itself in the information security environment. I'll speak a little bit about Russia and China, and then if there's time, AI in the military domain, as well as how that's impacting foreign policy, and some recommendations going forward. I would say that the information security environment is very important for many reasons. They have impact on the political and cultural views that members of society have, that can impact what certain malign actors do. And the political landscape in arguably almost every liberal democracy is becoming more and more polarized, and the electoral landscape is definitely changing in ways that I think we're still beginning to comprehend. And of course, domestic politics have an impact on foreign policy decisions, and that's something that is becoming increasingly apparent. If we look at NATO and the transatlantic community, our geographical center of gravity is the eastern flank, but I do believe that the political and ideological center of gravity is the cohesion of the alliance in political terms, and that is something that malign actors and adversaries such as Putin and others feel that they can effectively tackle, and it's an ongoing struggle. I don't think that they have won in that domain, but they're certainly trying to, because everything, Alex mentioned my presentation and its full title, hybrid, so things that are below the kinetic threshold. Because when something, whether it be an information or a PSYOP or a cyber attack that's below the threshold of the kinetic environment, and of course Article 5 could be triggered by a cyber attack, depending on how the NAC votes on it, of course. But with the information environment, attribution, like in cyber, can be difficult, and it is really a question of are there going to be kinetic responses to something that happens in the information environment? So this is why vigilance and further awareness, but also further study in academic and policy fields is necessary, as well as unified governmental approach. We're months away from starting the second quarter of the 21st century. So let that sink in for a second. The second quarter of the 21st century is about to begin. And that'll be marked by the maturation of the revolution in data. So what's produced, how it's produced, who produces it, and with what intent, and who consumes it, and how critically they think about what they consume are the questions that keep certain policymakers and academics up at night trying to navigate this field. Online misinformation or disinformation has the potential to fuel political violence and unrest, as well as disrupt elections, and that's one of the leading problems of our time. A novelty problem in AI is where new things must be detected, characterized, and learned by an algorithm on the fly. So I'll give you a couple of recent events that I think are worth discussing. So last spring, the New York Times reported false claims on behalf of the Russian Federation, who used a troll farm to try to accuse and attribute an election interference on behalf of Ukraine in the looming U.S. election, which will take place next month. Of course, that wasn't true, but Russia does this, but the Ukrainians didn't, and they tried to accuse the Ukrainians of doing this in their larger effort to discredit Ukraine. And that was part of a larger ongoing campaign conducted by Russia's Internet Research Agency. And the technology that's used to conduct this is becoming more and more sophisticated. And much like cyber attacks, I would say that information attacks are harder for the people or the country or whoever is on the defense than they are on the offense, because then they have to respond to it, and they're sort of starting the race already a leg or so behind. Though some of the claims tended to be rather bogus towards the beginning, but I think that, again, much like cyber, this is something that's learned when we have lessons identified and lessons learned. It's learned, and both the offender and the target can learn for future events. Another one comes from December 2023. The United Kingdom accused the FSB of orchestrating a sustained cyber hacking campaign, which targeted several high-profile politicians and public officials over the span of a couple of years. So this was a longer, ongoing effort. And usually these things take time. Malign actors tend to be very focused and very determined, and they're willing to wait and span several times. So I have two more examples. The last one it has to do with the US in terms of the election again, but for 2.5 years, a hacker group was able to snoop around undetected on the corporate networks of NXP, which is Europe's second biggest semiconductor manufacturer. And this access gave them a suitable time window to become familiar with the company's IT systems, and it allowed them to steal chip designs and give them complete access to the financial data of NXP. So in 2020, this is now going back a couple of years, after the US chip giant Qualcomm attempted to acquire NXP, this process failed because the Chinese regulator withheld approval. So corporate espionage and state-sponsored acts of cyber-enabled theft of intellectual property is also a problem here. And then this year in the state of New Hampshire, automated calls impersonating U.S. President Joe Biden supposedly discouraging registered Democrats from voting in the New Hampshire primary was discovered. And this is an example of deepfakes. So deepfakes are broadly defined as AI-generated content which mimics a real human being through digitally manipulated audio or video, which then convincingly depicts people doing something usually that they would not regularly do. Almost always it's the case that the person being depicted is doing something that they would not do. So of course, a sitting president from his party or her party would not tell voters from their party not to vote in the primary. So that happened in the U.S. state of New Hampshire, for example. And the technical foundation for deepfakes is usually identified in what we call GANs, so generative adversarial networks, and they have generator and discriminator models. So the generator models are the ones that produce fake imagery, and the discriminatory models work to assess whether any given video or image is in fact fake. So these are a suitable but not a good example, and certainly an alarming example of how convergence between machines and information manipulation is carried out. And the technology, which is easily accessible to create a deepfake, is becoming easier to do and more accessible to a regular person, which means that in a couple of years, it's almost certain that the internet is going to be flooded with these types of things. And if somebody has the skills and the tools available to make a good one, it will become, in a very short window of time, something that we can't distinguish between being real or fakes. And so now that means that there are going to be policies changed, and then the whole effort loops back to the notion of freedom of speech, and then that loops into a political discussion, which brings us back to the information environment and the very real chance that this will be a wedge that's driven into different societies and liberal democracies about what can be said and distributed and on which platform, and then how people adapt to being flooded with things that are real or fake. This also happened in the Slovak elections last year. It was a deepfake audio, and it made its way around X's platform because it was an audio, not a video file. And that was discovered and largely debunked quite early on. Deepfakes have been something that have been used against Ukraine. They used deepfakes towards the beginning of Russia's second phase of their war of conquest against Ukraine. They used deepfakes of Zelensky in this period, basically supposedly telling people to lay down and surrender, and of course that wasn't true, and that was largely debunked. But again, that's a clear example of using somebody doing something that they would not ordinarily do, and that was the exact opposite of the message that President Zelensky had during the initial stages of Russia's second phase of war of aggression. So there are some legislative ways that are being discussed on how to combat deepfake. So in 2022, Europol published a report on the challenges posed by AI-generated content aimed at disinformation. And the EU has actually been at the forefront of combating manipulated media content. And in 2022, the EU introduced its strengthened code of practice on disinformation, which establishes a code to combat disinformation and establish a transparent, open, and safe internet. And that code is closely tied to the DSA, or the Digital Services Act, and institutes stark penalties for disinformation, as well as fines for the platforms which fail to comply with the obligations. So they're sort of getting towards a way to tease out strategies to regulate and control the spread of malign information that can lead to some very dangerous things. Now, the Artificial Intelligence Act mandates the disclosure of AI-generated content under a clause in Article 52.3, and this was approved by the EU on the 31st of May of this year of 2024. And its legal framework that is grounded on a risk-based approach, which means that the greater the risk of specific AI tool might pose, the stricter the regulations that come with the usage. Now, important to note is that NATO is not bound by this AI Act, and they have 6 principles of reasonable and responsible AI use, which are lawfulness, responsibility and accountability, explainability and traceability, reliability, governability, and bias mitigation. Yeah. So, of course, we can't really talk about this topic without looking at what Russia is doing. And you know, when they continue to wage war against Ukraine, they're also a kinetic war. They're also continuing to wage an information war against Ukraine and the rest of the world as part of their conventional warfare toolkit. And they've targeted Kiev's mobilization drive, for example. They highlighted the violations and the shortcomings in the mobilization process, both real but also fake, so they've made up things as well that did not happen, as they tend to typically do, and attempt to create a negative image, both inside Ukraine and globally, of the Ukrainian military. In April of this year, the Ukrainian Defense Intelligence of the Ministry of Defense warned of a Russian psychological and information psyop called Evader, which aimed at increasing societal tension inside of Ukraine and encouraged Ukrainians to avoid mobilization. Russian actors were involved in the creation of a video dedicated to the quote-unquote unfair mobilization process inside of Ukraine. And there was another Russian psyop. This one was a real video. It wasn't a deep fake, but it was a Russian soldier killing another Russian soldier, and then whoever was behind this on the Russian side put it online and tried to attribute it to a Ukrainian soldier killing another Ukrainian soldier. So it really happened. There was a murder involved, but it wasn't the Ukrainians doing it. It was Russian actors doing it. And of course, bots. I mean, Russia has created active bots on various social networks, which create a really hostile information environment around the issue of mobilization, but also other topics that are in favor of Russia. I would say that Russia is not winning the information war, but they are sure trying. Russian bots were also spreading calls for rebellion against President Zelensky's government over, you know, the allegedly unfair blackouts across Ukraine. So whenever something happens that is the cause that they cause, they of course don't just leave it at that. They try to manipulate it in information space as well. So another parallel or commonality, let's say, that the information operations have with cyber. Of course, a lot of them are carried out with cyber capabilities, but they run in parallel with kinetic action. So a study in 2023 by the NATO Stratcom Center in Riga, Latvia, found a 10-fold rise in the proportion of tweets by pro-Kremlin hyperactive anonymous troll accounts in that year when compared with the first month of the second phase of Russia's invasion against Ukraine. And big surprise, Facebook has become a powerful domain for psyops for Russian propagandists, but also, again, to no surprise, TikTok is turning into an AI dump for these pro-Kremlin bots, and there's a TikTok farm that has around 300 pro-Kremlin channels. So, you know, Kiev has an emphasis on data-driven combat, which I think is a good term. And that emphasis on data-driven combat made smartphones a really invaluable source of location data to establish patterns of movements, to locate and target Ukrainian positions, and the military's dependence on free encrypted messaging applications, or EMAs, such as Signal, for example, or Telegram for secure operational communication. And the ability of the GRU and the FSB to eavesdrop on these devices has led to some definitive examples on the information tech battle space. The GRU, for example, is engaged in close exploitation of mobile devices and other systems that have been captured by Russian forces on the battlefield, and then cyber operators have begun to technically enable their counterparts within the Russian military to independently initiate the collection of data from captured Ukrainian devices. So Microsoft has said that cyber operators linked to Center 16. Center 16 is the FSB's main SIGINT, or Signals Intelligence Unit. They have a specific interest in stealing files containing messages from the Signal desktop application, which provides them with access to the target's private signal conversations and attachment. Now that's an encrypted platform, but there's a way around it if you have the means and the capability, for example. So mobile devices in Ukraine owned by Ukrainians have become a center of gravity for Russia's cyber campaign. So that's one way that they use to harm the Ukrainians. Now if we move to China, China is the key competitor with the US in terms of advanced AI, and this competition is a core dynamic which shapes AI development globally. And I would say that that works the other way around as well. In this year already, the PRC announced the most significant national level organization changes to the PLA in nearly a decade, and they created a new PLA information support system, or a support force, excuse me, responsible for the development and application of network information systems for their use in modern warfare, because they are learning and they're seeing and they're observing that information warfare is a very key component in what a state can use in an adversarial relationship below the threshold or in parallel with kinetic operations. And so the reasons are somewhat unclear why the PRC did this, but US national security professionals are interested in understanding more about the significance of this new organization. And it comes along with a new aerospace force, a new cyberspace force, and a joint logistics force, as well as the information support force. So China is looking at the ongoing war of aggression against Ukraine and learning lessons and adapting, and that means other state actors, importantly the United States, are going to adapt accordingly. Beijing has not publicly commented on the rationale behind the decisions, but again, I think it's pretty clear. President Xi has a vision of creating a quote-unquote informatized military and laying the groundwork for an intelligized force. So the U.S. Center for Naval Analysis cited an article in the PLA Daily which highlights the pervasive shortcomings and weaknesses in the information-based combat capabilities of the Russian military, causing the forces to resort to traditional tactics of mechanized warfare. So they're looking at this and they're saying, okay, what did they do that we can do better? What were the pitfalls? So it's lessons identified and lessons learned. Now, the important back and forth between Beijing and Washington is that Beijing does not appear to lead the U.S. military in AI innovation, but China leads the world in AI academic journal citations, for example, and commands a formidable talent base. But when it comes to the pursuit of AI, China seems to be lagging behind the U.S. for now, at least. Chinese companies are about 1 to 3 years behind their American counterparts, and OpenAI set the pace for generational models, so they may catch up and they may not. That book is also still being written. But fears of China's catching up might sort of imperil efforts to enact AI governance and set up regulatory measures that could slow down some of the more dangerous potential developments and speed up alignment. So the former Google CEO, Eric Schmidt's been on record warning the United States Congress that regulation will slow down American companies to China's benefit. And so when the Biden administration in 2022 put export controls on advanced computer chips, those cut off China from a key hardware prerequisite for building advanced AI. So this is a foreign policy scramble to the top, if we can say. There is worry about the PLA's insufficient robust military standards, as well as their evaluation process and their testing. So that's one thing to consider. And another thing to consider is that even contrary to some conventional wisdom, some Chinese experts at least have expressed misgivings about using insufficiently trustworthy AI systems in military contexts. So that's something that they're concerned about as well. If we look at AI in the military domain, the integration of AI in the military domain is becoming increasingly rapid, and it's an increasing reality. Many military applications of AI that were considered science fiction only a couple of years ago have really started to materialize in today's military and security environment, and there's only more that are going to come. And we come to what we call the so-called AI power paradox, where the pace of AI development exceeds the rate of policy formulation and adoption. So that's what the AI power paradox refers to, and that's something that's currently going on right now. In 2023, the first summit of responsible AI in the military domain, RE-AIM 2023, was held in The Hague in the Netherlands. And the U.S. State Department and DoD initiated the Political Declaration on Responsible Military Use of AI and Autonomy in order to achieve consensus around responsible behavior and guide states' development, deployment, and use of military AI. And in March of 2024, the DoD and State Department convened the inaugural plenary meeting of states where they endorsed the political declaration. So this was the first step in working with endorsing states to promote responsible use of AI in the military. And by May of this year, 54 states have endorsed this declaration, and 31 of those are NATO member states. And this declaration emphasizes responsibility in military AI applications and maintaining a trustworthy human chain of command. So the human element is really, really important. As technology advances, you still need a human brain. That's political, but it's also very much legal. And there are no less than 7 international initiatives which exist that are dedicated to governing military AI. The AI arms race is a trillion with a T, dollar initiative, and corporate tech players are mostly jockeying through this for venture capital, not the military. And AI has the potential to shape nearly every facet of warfare imaginable, including defense innovation, including industry supply chains, civil military relations, military strategies, battle management, battlefield management, training protocols, and measures for force protection. So it is important to see AI as a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it is a force multiplier, but on the other, there have been several examples of AI failing, and that will likely be mitigated as people understand AI more and understand how AI thinks more. I think in order to understand AI, you really need to understand how AI thinks, and then that will help practitioners get better and better at closing the gaps and mitigating risks and failures of these tools. Now, when it comes to foreign policy, I already mentioned that this is a trillion-dollar industry, but because leadership in AI offers advantages both in economic competitiveness but also in military prowess, it's becoming a great power competition, to bring in IR terminology, between the United States and China first and foremost, but Europe also has a role and is trying to increase its role in this. And many politicians and defense planners in both China and the United States and abroad believe the winner of the AI race will secure global dominance. There's a really good book that I recommend you to read if you're interested in this topic by Paul Shara called 4 Battlegrounds, and he makes precisely this argument that whoever wins, now we have to look at how we define being the winner, how we define coming on top. If the competition is ongoing, we'll see how the definition of winner actually translates. But the point that he makes in this book, and I very much agree, is that the winner will be able to become the apex superpower like the United States was after the collapse of the Soviet Union. So this is a very much one of the biggest drivers of geopolitical competition today is the AI arms race. And the consequences of such a race are potentially far more reaching than who wins global hegemony, because the perception of an AI arms race is likely to accelerate this already risky development of AI systems. Whether or not it's real, we can debate that, but both the United States and China, they think that it's real. So when we talk about emerging disruptive technologies, or EDTs, they're ushering in a new era of high-tech global competition and geopolitical rivalry, and that's just a matter of fact. So there's a really good article by Foulon and Maybauer from 2024, and they propose a new way of understanding the impact of cyberspace on IR, that we think about it as a structural modifier. And I think we can tack onto that the information environment, which I mentioned earlier, has an online, a digital, and a cyber component to that almost exclusively, given the era of the world that we're living in. But one sort of international relations themed area where the cyberspace structural modifier can be seen at work is how states interact in terms of deterrence. So there's a big debate, is there such a thing as cyber deterrence? Does it work? How can we consider it cyber deterrence if certain countries have a different understanding of the use of offensive cyber capabilities? And the same thing with the information environment. How do you deter somebody from using these tools to enact the PSYOP against your citizens? So on to recommendations before I conclude my presentation. One of the things that responsible governments are looking at doing is mitigating the harm that can be caused across the board, and it's no different in terms of the online domain and the information security environment. It's going to be imperative to continue to monitor AI products, as well as continuing to develop sophisticated AI detection tools and come up with some kind of clear labeling requirements for AI-generated material, which we're starting to see the early origins of this already. If you check different social media platforms, that's coming about. Of course, that will be attacked much as the way by malign actors, much as the way that fact-checking is. It's more of a matter of which filter bubble and echo chamber you're in. So you might automatically just think that whoever is controlling that is somebody who controls the narrative, but that gets us into more of the filter bubble and echo chamber, which is an important topic to discuss, but I don't have time today. Promoting public awareness is also, of course, important, and strengthening international cooperation to establish some kind of harmonious regulatory standards in combating the misuse of AI. And much like pre-bunking for false information or mis and disinformation, I think it's important to not just look at what is, how we can regulate and raise awareness of what's available now, but to really work with private sector experts and try to figure out what will come so we can be a step ahead of that and be ready to address this and have a strategy before it actually comes to market and becomes available. And that gets at promoting and fostering more research into AI, which will happen anyway. I mean, that is a huge, huge market with all the money that's in the industry. And, trying to find, if it is even possible, some kind of global governance approach to this, because the lack of global governance framework for military AI represents a critical and perilous regulatory gap, considering what some EDTs have the capability to do. And it leaves these powerful technologies rather unchecked and poses significant risks in terms of global security, arms proliferation, and international law. And a lot of people think that that's just going to be exacerbated as time goes on. So my final point is that the Secretary General of the United Nations has called for a legally binding treaty by the year 2026 to ban lethal autonomous weapon systems, or LAWs, that operate without human control or oversight and cannot comply with international humanitarian law. So in a very, very small window of time, I've tried to look at how AI impacts the information environment, how that runs in parallel with the kinetic environment, how this advance in AI and technology is driving geopolitical competition, a little bit about AI in the military domain, and then a little bit about some content about what is being done to try to address these pressing issues. So thank you to whoever tuned in, and thank you once again to Defense 24 for having me. I really enjoyed talking about this today.
I'm extremely happy to see you again after the break. We have another expert with us, and this presentation is really interesting because it's entitled Strengthening Cyber Resilience, and then if your admin can do it, an adversary can do it too. So with me is Francesco Chiarini, with nearly 20 years of cybersecurity experience, founded a global cyber resilience community with over 2,400 members. He leads cyber resilience for a major financial institution and has presented at many platforms. I reckon Francesco will deliver extraordinary speech, and I hope you will learn about the admins, but also about adversaries that can do it too.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I'm glad to speak to you about cyber resilience today. The reason being that despite cyber resilience is often used as a term by many people under many contexts, oftentimes it became a buzzword. And we see companies that believe they are cyber secure and cyber resilient, yet falling apart in face of adversity, and then taking a long time to actually really recover from those. As said, I am very active in the community, trying to bring and demystify what actually cyber resilience is, specifically finding a lot of pleasure in seeing it applied in real-world examples. Definitely, I invite everyone to collaborate and stay in touch during this session on the Discord channel, and as well right after through community engagements. So resilience is not the same as resistance, and is actually the science of anticipation, being prepared for the unknown. And specifically here you see being able to stand despite the odds. Odds means of adversity, and we see the threat actors keep evolving through new technologies as well. They actually pivot techniques and procedures from different adversaries, and then leverage these techniques into other sectors, putting actually the whole cyber threat intelligence concept and the way of threat actor profiling that we know today at stake. So once again, resilience is not the same as resistance, because it implies that you firstly need to fall to then quickly recover, while resistance is the withstand principle, one of the 4 goals of a cyber resilient enterprise. We'll go through this in a moment. So in terms of agenda, first we just clear up terms and common fundamentals of what cyber resilience is, and why is it actually important. Second, we will try to focus our efforts on where they matter most. Here we will discuss the where, meaning the assets, and as well the what controls do we really need to put in place. The how comes next, with strengthening cyber resilience, a few key concepts, and then as well a call for action for anyone who is interested. And then we just wrap up. So we spent, believe it or not, more than a year to come up with a Venn diagram that actually shows where cyber resilience is. Is it the same as information security, but as an extension of it, or is it actually an evolution of operational resilience? That's exactly what we believe it is. So what we did with a couple of great professionals, Patrick Lechner and Colin Georgiou, and then others as well joining the pack, we started defining the Cyber Resilience Manifesto, which is really a call for action to everyone. Stop calling cyber resilience for what it is not. So the most authoritative definition of cyber resilience we know today is the one from NIST. NIST Special Publication 800-160, which tells you that is the ability to anticipate, withstand, recover, and evolve. It is then based on 8 specific objectives, 14 techniques, and then a number of approaches, 44, and even more like specialized ways of engineering systems. The way how we like to explain it, though, is under 4 specific dimensions, which you see there on the left. So the difference between traditional information security and cyber resilience is one where we need to focus on the most critical assets. Believe it or not, in the recent SolarWinds and SEC US discussions, the word critical asset came up more than 20 times in one publication, which means it's really, really critical. The threats as well, so we focus on the so-called like domino effect, as you've seen in the previous slide as well. I love speaking about domino because that's horizontal risk. So one element falls and then all the others fall apart. That's not a resilient enterprise. Then we obviously need to focus on assume breach conditions. So we decouple the kill chain, and we need to continuously look for insider threat and as well what can go wrong. That's the main topic for today. We go in detail later. And then oftentimes we see traditional risk and compliance approaches, they focus primarily on static control sets. Obviously that's a good approach if you want to simplify things. That's written in the risk management framework, which is NIS 837. But then if you fail to tailor these appropriately based on the criticality of the asset, then probably you fail. I'll start with a high-level example to show just how traditional approaches nowadays to cyber actually they don't really work. This is a very high-level example just to show you that situations like a compromise of our user workstation from one specific site easily can then pivot to broader enterprise grade networks through lack of segmentation, through the leverage of one single tool to do multiple things. That's like homogeneous software simplification that we see all around the globe now, and wanting to cut costs and simplify the threat landscape of third parties. Great on one side, on the other side, you compromise one and then you compromise everything. Again, seen in many breaches recently. And then compromise spreading from a local site or local network to the corporate one. And then obviously static configuration and static host, not ephemeral, not virtualized, probably as well not too much into cloud setups. They are very static, and then it's a perfect environment for the adversary to spread. What's the cyber resilience way though? So first of all is one where you may not need to specifically only focus on 0 days or key vulnerabilities, simply because you're designed for the unknown. And obviously, focus on detection is key, and focus on as well detecting vulnerability is key, but is not the only and primary effort. In fact, you need to focus on building trustworthy systems and systems of systems. So here you see on the left-hand side certain techniques and objectives of a cyber resilient enterprise, like again, diversity of software, segmentation, deception, so introducing unpredictability into your environment to make it difficult for the adversary. And then on the right side, you see the effects on the adversary actions. All of this is very well defined again in MITRE and NIST artifacts, which I leverage on the everyday, like many cyber resilience professionals, into what we do. We'll pivot though from this high level example into a much more granular one later. So we switch now into focusing defenses on where they matter most. Well, environments are very complex, resources are not unlimited, obvious, we know it. However, how to define a very clear-cut set of critical assets? Traditional approaches have proven not to work. The reason why they don't work is because most often the business decides what's most critical for them to run operations. That's a traditional approach which we inherit from business continuity, ISO 22300 and others, where basically we say, okay, how much can you run without this specific asset? That's clear. However, the compromise of confidentiality and integrity should be accounted as well. NIST recently as well published a publication, which is an addendum 8286D, to actually enhancing the way how we do business impact analysis, so traditional contingency planning, but expanding to cyber effects as well in it. So what we did at High Value Target is we created a methodology. You can see and scan here as well the website, highvaluetarget.org, where we define what actually a critical asset is, what it means. It's not just the loss of the asset. For example, take something like, again, investigative or response tool. Can the business run without it? Yeah, of course. However, can you respond to a cyber crisis without it? Not really. And then we define the concept, we define then what you can do, how can you apply it in real life. So going further, we need to ensure that we understand the business criticality, but then as well the inherent impact from each of these assets once they may get compromised. So here you need to then pivot from threat scenarios into loss scenarios. In order to do so, you don't apply only the voice of the customer, which is something that we know very much, but as well you apply the voice of the adversary, meaning that you start applying offensive security constructs into the way how you define losses. Ideally, you do a business impact analysis with the business, but then you bring in as well architects, disaster recovery people, bring in as well red teamers and offensive security people. They will give you a great insights on what can go wrong with that asset. You see there an extract from the sticks and taxi methodology, which we then embedded into the high-value target concept and into one of the extensions for the indicators of behavior, which is a great project from Johns Hopkins Universities, which we've been collaborating with. So you now know where you need to focus in terms of criticality. One step further is how can you identify these assets? Well, we created 4 categories and 10 attributes that you need to account for in order for you to identify properly what can go wrong and what are these critical assets. This is the methodology we've developed. If anyone's interested, we are open to share it. Now, continuing into what can you do about this? So in the Cyber Resilience Manifesto, we have outlined a number of principles. It's practically like a reference that you can leverage to implement cyber resilience in a practical way. Let's not forget that the publications that we base on, this NIST and MITRE, which are the most authoritative, other regulators around the world are obviously following and coming up with great, in my opinion, legislations. Look at NIST 2, DORA, the UK ones, the Singapore ones on cyber resilience. Still, the reference is kind of the NIST, the ISO, and as well the MITRE ones. So what we will go now next further is just a bit more granular example on what can you take away as admins in terms of cyber resilience. In this case, what I would like to present is something that, again, my colleague and friend Kalin has developed, which is a simplified view of the unified kill chain for software distribution. Software distribution can be any tool that you use for patching, either end-user workstations or servers. And here, I mean, this is not rocket science. We just wanted to show it in a bit more granular way, mapped primarily to the impact tactics from MITRE ATT&CK. Love the TA0041, which is the final step, hands-on target. But then we included as well a few others in here. Specifically, we will focus on what can you do from a building trustworthy system standpoint. So it's an engineering approach to cyber resilience to specifically mitigate a few steps that you see in here. First of all, an assumption, which is one of the 5 strategic design principles of any cyber resilient enterprise. You need to assume breach. What it means don't be afraid of running red team exercises or adversary emulation exercises where you skip certain parts of the kill chain. So in a software distribution compromise, which is one of the 4 categories of IT tools, basically from the high-value target methodology, you will identify that, first of all, you will try to compromise a primary site of a software tool like SCCM, MECM, anything. Then once you compromise the primary site, which has the database of all of your assets, you will try to compromise a workstation, promote the workstation with installed malicious software into one of the new groups that you created from the compromised site. And then based on that, you will push configuration across all of the devices that the primary sites manage. So practically speaking, what it means is that we know the offense. Now let's look at the defense. There's 30 ways that you can start implementing to actually defend yourself against such inherent impacts. Be careful though, these are principles. They are not specific controls. The controls sit somewhere else. But from a principle standpoint and architectural standpoint, you can choose among 30 of them. It's quite complex, right? I mean, when you look at these publications, they are indeed like the reference, however, quite complex, like over 500 pages if you put together both volumes. I'll touch base on just 6. So practical things you can start doing is, first of all, you need to have rigor in the way how the critical assets are actually designed and managed. If you look at software deployment tools, but they probably are a critical asset. But trustworthiness and building resilient systems means that you need to have continuous assurance of those systems, meaning continuous checks. There's now an emerging area called CTEM, it's exposure management. So definitely continuous control monitoring and exposure management for those assets is absolutely key. Distribute privilege here means, well, do you apply dual authorization and things like ensuring that privilege is just where it can be, and then authority is enforced with multiple layers, multiple keys before pushing something. Again, something process related, not really technology, but still absolutely key. Loss margin and protective failure, but somehow they are related, meaning that if you design an environment like, again, software deployment that is not modular enough, it means once one element is compromised, then everything else is compromised. We have seen it as well in the CrowdStrike incident. Diversity related, meaning if you use just one software deployment tool for all of your environment, not segregating based on domains, based on different landscape, IT versus OT or so, well then one compromise means everything compromised. Again, we've seen it recently in various incidents. And then protective recovery and protective failure, meaning just, well, it's a bit different than fail-safe. Can you, for example, introduce time lag in the way how you deploy the software? So if the adversary as well tries to deploy software, they will as well have a hard time because you'll see it deployed first in some assets and not in one time to all the environment. Once again, these 30 principles and then all the 44 approaches of a cyber resilience enterprise, they need to sit somewhere, ideally into a blueprint, right? Just how to prioritize those based on your cyber resilience risk drivers, risk factors, that's not so easy. So the fact of unknown comes across a few times already in my speech, but then overall in the way how we want to design and engineer things. The key is in preparation. So you need to prepare and anticipate the adversary, be one step ahead. How to do it? Well, once again, you need to have super strong fundamentals. I'm a big fan of the risk management frameworks, but then how they tie back all to the NIST work. The reason why I like it is simply because it's evolvable. You can apply anywhere, regardless of proprietary frameworks that some vendors or consulting companies have. No, we just rely on that. You can as well scan this code, which is the Cyber Resilience Manifesto. All of the concepts that I'm presenting are practically there. As well, we welcome, of course, feedback on it, and we want to keep enriching it. So specifically here, what you can take away is that there are 3 steps of the risk management framework that are absolutely key to cyber resilience. First, you identify the right critical assets. Second, define the controls that you need to put in place, not just from a static list. They need to be tailored, they need to be properly architected and engineered. And then continuously check. So the adversary testing and the offensive testing comes from 800-115 from NIST. But then as well, you have structural analysis and cyber resilience architectural reviews that can be put in place based on MITRE artifacts. Now, taking a step back, putting this at scale, how many of us have cyber resilience programs, right? Probably most of us. How many of us know, though, how to put in place these principles? I didn't meet many, unfortunately. And last week, I've hosted with ISSA the biggest event of the year for cyber resilience, with thousands of people coming from all around the world. People from NIST and MITRE have presented, and Sheltered Harbor and many others. Unfortunately, the level of maturity that most companies have is still kind of at the infancy. So what do we need to do then to put in place a thorough blueprint, a template for cyber resilience to really uplift capabilities and to measure risk properly? Well, what we've developed is a model as well, empowered by collaborative work with a few companies, including Rezion, is a set of practices, 10 practices that define the foundation of capabilities that you need to have to consider yourself cyber resilient. And then a way to measure it from uncontrolled to optimized, predictable, which is based on CMMI concepts of maturity. You see as well this one in the Cyber Resilience Manifesto page. We're currently offering this as an early preview with a sign-up to be up to date on how this evolves. And it has been inspired by the SOC maturity model from the friends at that team, which, by the way, I would like to thank. So we see there like a list of enablers, 5 specific domains, and then a number of aspects within it that you can easily assess yourself against. Again, this is currently fully free. And then a set of practices, 10 practices with 5 maturity levels, which makes it a total of 50. And but this is a valid template that can work in most of the places I've seen. If these concepts are interesting, however, you may say, difficult to apply, well then we invite you to something else. It's the Cyber Resilience Academy. Is something that I'm just launching with a program based on people asking, well, where can we hear more about these things? Obviously, a few minutes here and there at conferences is absolutely amazing. Yet these programs are multiple weeks and really hands-on examples and exercises on how to implement things. So here you see the complexity of cyber recovery. So once everything else has failed, this is just one of the 10 capabilities that we speak about in the capability maturity model. And we see here the importance of defining not only the critical assets, but one step forward is the minimum viable company. So how do priorities shift in time of adversity? Maybe you don't necessarily need to deliver certain services, but if you are a bank, you will have a total of 1 or 2 processes that you need to absolutely deliver to your clients. Just check balance and then ship money or withdraw money. And then that changes drastically the perspective of recovery. Another point is how can you recover actually if everything else is compromised? So the redundancy and high availability of systems, so the traditional disaster recovery approach is great, but then causes that everything is replicated and then you cannot use your secondary arrangements, which is part of contingency planning. But in contingency planning, you need to have multiple tools, multiple solutions to different type of loss scenarios. That's why we build this as well at the Academy, and definitely scan the code and subscribe if you like. So in terms of takeaways, I hope that I'm on time. The objective is really make it hard, make it tough for the adversary to compromise at scale. So you actually decrease the adversarial return on investment for what they put in. Need to be crystal clear on what you need to defend. Design for a cyber resilient blueprint that works at scale. And then assume a model that you can repetitively refer against and then measure your resilience posture that way. Thank you very much for listening. I hope this was useful, and I'm sure there will be something else coming up right now.
Hello again! Admin Days Global 2024. I have two outstanding guests with me, Luis and Francesco. It will be our second Q&A discussion. I thank you very much for sending those questions, also being us online. And now I would like to go straight to the point and also elaborate a little bit on the presentations we have seen, but to add something to the basket and use your questions directly from the chat. So, Luis, let's start with you. You mentioned SolarWinds supply chain attack 2021, one of the crucial ones. And aren't we now at bigger risk that Russia will exploit IT teams, IT hackers, IT tools to attack, to use it as much as possible because they have seen this possibility to destroy us?
Yes.
So can you elaborate exactly what are those challenges in the future basing on this attack?
The challenges in the future basing on these attacks kind of go back to what I said about the information environment during my presentation. Similar thing for the cyber attacks. Once somebody finds something successful, the aggressor has lessons identified, lessons learned, and they improve. What worked, what didn't work. The same thing for whoever is on defense. What happened? What do we know about whatever malware or whatever tools was used? How did they do it? And what are our capability gaps? And I did mention also that Article 5 could be triggered due to a cyber attack, although the political likelihood of that, it would have to be a pretty massive cyber attack, and even then, that's a big F. I think we're still thinking about kinetic in terms of Article 5, and adversaries know that. So it's like, what can you do that you don't really have to answer for? Because what happens when there is a serious cyber attack, if it's attributable to somebody and you can prove that it's them? I mean, we know what they're doing, but who do they get? Do they get hackers in North Korea to do it? Where do they come from? Are they government actors in the GRU or the FSB? Or are they just private people with plausible deniability? So there's a whole heap of political considerations as well to take into consideration when we look at these types of attacks. And all of that to be said is that even if that happens and we can prove beyond a doubt, there's finger wagging. Don't do that again. We're deeply concerned. Well, they don't care. They're going to do it again. And I think that we should anticipate cyberspace becoming more of a contested domain in the very near future right now. Geopolitically, things are arguably as tenuous as they can possibly be right now. And with the US election looming large, with the kind of overshadowing security environment in the Middle East and the Indo-Pacific, as well as the war that Russia's waging against Ukraine, I think that they're trying to take a lot of heat off of them so that if there is a peace discussion that happens, and that's a whole different question, but these cyber attacks, if they're picked up in the news, they're also newsworthy, and that sort of could maybe strategically be seen by the Russians to try to take the heat off of them. So my short answer, that's my long answer, but my short answer is yes, it's going to be increasingly concerning.
There's something as well I'd like to add to this. I fully agree with everything that has been said. What can you do about this, right? Because one thing is the threat landscape, and obviously it will keep increasing, and it will keep getting more complex. And so assuming adversaries to evolve, one of the 5 strategic design principles of cyber resilience. But then, well, what have we seen is that our defensive stack, or even like our IT tools or OT tools, whatever we see, technology overall, needs to be seen as an attack vector as well. So it's technology turned against yourself, right? Now we talk about SolarWinds. It can be similar to any tool of this type, which has inherently trusted hosts, like with a remote console, and then hosts spread across, physical or virtual. But then it can be VMware. I mean, ES6i and all the hypervisors and the converged infrastructure with hypervisors, which most companies use. That's, in my opinion, next second target, and is seen all around with the MGM Casinos breach. That was a huge one. And then many other threat actors, less sophisticated. Russia or not Russia, at that stage it does not matter, because attribution, as you said, may come at a later stage. But still what you see is what you have right now, what you know right now. Look at your IT assets, and we have admins on today. Look at them as something that can be compromised to then complete a mission from an adversarial standpoint.
So Francisco, now I'd like to ask about the paradox, because the question is from our audience. So isn't a paradox to focus of the most important assets while the vector of the attack might be coming through the very irrelevant system or users?
Love this question. I mean, actually, we discussed a few times even with previous colleagues and ex-bosses and so on, what actually is our undervalued assets, right? And think about, without making any names, like some zip tools, right? Zip tools that we often see on our endpoints, right? They are open source tools, developed maybe few lines of code by some open source, like, guys like doing it for like pro bono even. And these tools are in most of the enterprise environments. NPM and packages, like even open source packages, they are downloaded now in trillions of downloads per year. What it means is that there's just so much to focus on. The fact of having some undervalued asset, as is mentioned, or like undervalued users, sits into the attribution of the value that we give to this. So when defining something critical, look not only at the criticality from a business standpoint, look at it from an adversarial standpoint. What it means is how much harm can be done. Of course, if you have take a zipping tool, a zipping package for an endpoint of files, right, everywhere, typical example of undervalued asset. Is it? It's widespread. It's widespread across the environment, obviously, but then look at the multiple attributes that this asset actually has. Does it have inherent privileges? Is it trusted? Maybe not. Does it have access to code? Does it require privileged access to run? Maybe not. Is it an asset that is exposed to the internet? Maybe not. So there's more. Again, I'll mention again the high-value target methodology, which you can check out, and it includes all of these methodologies to actually identify what's really valuable or not.
Luis, you brought up the topic of NATO Article 5, and it's quite interesting to me because you are from the Baltic Defense College, we both are, but at the same time you were in the infantry. So, first of all, Estonia is strongly pushing on having this Article 5 when it goes about cybersecurity, but at the same time we have those kinetic approach. So first question, so I ask you for a short answer, but do you perceive it that within upcoming years we'll be having more cyber attacks than kinetic attacks? Can you just...
I mean, it's interesting because
Estimation.
my first answer, without thinking too deep about it, just right off the bat, if you have to tell me to answer in less than a second, I would say yes. And then I can explain the other side of the answer as well. Yes, because even though cyber attacks are very dangerous, they're getting increasingly dangerous, and it is very, to put it mildly, annoying to be on the receiving end of a cyber attack, and also knowing that a different country or state actor is out to disrupt you. And then we talk about the relationship that the Baltic states have with Russia. The likelihood of getting into a kinetic war just because of a cyber attack, if you think about it in those terms, it's really very, very low, depending on, unless it's the worst cyber attack that we've ever seen multiplied by several hundred, because that's a political decision. Are we going to use force? And in today's contested geopolitical environment, if you ask me that 3 years later, the answer might change, so I'm giving you the answer only right now. But this answer does require a certain level of strategic foresight. But the other part of your question about pushing towards that, I think, and I expect, but I don't know how this will play out because everything that is done within the alliance is based on consensus. NATO does not do offensive cyber, but individual member states can request another individual member state to assist with offensive cyber capabilities, but then whoever says yes to that and agrees to do that will do that outside of the NATO framework with only their national flag on it. Politically, does that change much? Depends on who you're asking, because NATO is covered, every single member of the alliance, by Article 5. But the political risk, I feel, falls into, with this and with everything else, falls into just a bigger overarching question about how long are we going to live timidly because we're afraid of what Vladimir Putin may or may not do. I think that's the question to ask if we're looking at it. Now, there are other cyber actors out there that are malign, but I think that within that framework and within that broader umbrella, these discussions are going to need to be, asked. And it could be that some people want more offensive cyber, and it could be that some NATO member states say we don't want to go down that path. Because that's one of the things that makes us not them. So it's a political discussion that I think will be very interesting as that develops over the next year and a half.
Thank you, Luis. I'm very glad that our audience have asked questions that are really overlapping each other, but at the same time are quite crucial. So Francisco, because we mentioned those military alliance, but at the same time will be also crucial to think about the decision makers, politicians. So the question is, do you experience a resistance of decision makers that they are so strict and they're having so strict policies that it may slow down the business or be too budget demanding? Why I'm asking? Because here it's all about the public sector and private sector. They have to cooperate. So when there's a war or anything, a cyber attack, both sides are simply suffering.
I've seen a lot of very sound regulations coming along in the recent, 2-3 years at least. Personally, I'm positively impressed. So one, from a resilience standpoint, notable is the UK banking sector regulations. They are mandated by law, of course, for banks, but they are very sound. Then, are they too stringent? I wouldn't say so. Actually, they are very practical as well to apply, and they've been very well explained to all of the banks and the financial institutions. They could be more stringent, though. I've been speaking informally with some of the people behind these, and what I know is, for example, the way how you define the impact tolerance, so how much impact can you absorb. These are still defined as temporal elements. So it's how much time can you wait until you need to activate certain procedures. That should be a discussion more of the magnitude of the loss of withstand and recover capabilities as well on top of this. So it's more like of a temporal and capacity kind of loss. So what we have seen then from regulators or policymakers in the UK for resilience, great. And then in Europe we have NIS2, Dora, like the equivalent kind of for the financial sector. And then there will be more. There will be CRA and CR as well for critical entities. I perceive them as again, well-crafted pieces of guidance that can be then implemented in different ways. I'll give you an example. So in recent NIS2 regulations, there are controls that require you, for example, to implement either disaster recovery solutions or cyber recovery solutions or even out-of-band communication mechanisms. You can achieve this in cost-effective ways that will not hit the budget. For example, you can have a tertiary or tertiary copy of your data stored on a hard drive, then that makes it difficult to recover from it, right? Or tapes, traditional tapes. You meet the regulation, you're fine. It doesn't cost too much, but then if you want the speed of recovery, then you need to make it connected. That's where then the complexity comes. But again, I think I would put the emphasis of ensuring that we as professionals and cyber resilience professionals have the right skills to then act upon those. Don't just go blind and say, now we buy this tool. Easy. But then, get skilled, get, up the game on your own on professional level, and then be able to interpret the requirements from the regulator, because architecture and engineering is all about translation, right? It's translating requirements from a risk and compliance mind to an engineer mind. You have to pass through tailoring of controls and architecture. So that's where I would put the emphasis on.
That's why we're all meeting here, to learn from experts, to gather and to discuss the most important issues. You mentioned the UK, you mentioned the European Union. As we already know, the UK left. this alliance. That's why I would like to learn more about the competition, or let's call it a race. Luis, and here's the question. How do you find the strength of the European Union when it goes to the AI race? Where are we now?
Well, if I just say that lagging behind the US and China, that would paint a very dismal approach. That doesn't mean that it's not true, but enough people are realizing that this is something that needs to be changed. So we're moving in that direction now. Bureaucracies are always difficult to navigate around, as we all know. So I think that that's the next challenge. You know, I myself am part of a Horizon Europe project called REMIT, or Reignite Multilateralism via Technology, which is actually looking at how multilateralism can strengthen the role of the EU as a major tech player, because that's going to be very important, and that's one thing where they're lagging behind. So realization is always the first part. That's already done. Now it's the operational level, how to get that moving. It's going to be an interesting couple of years, and you know, is there going to be a Silicon Valley in Europe, for example? I don't know. I mean, how do you mitigate, you know, sort of brain drain to other technological, you know, hubs like Silicon Valley? I think that would be one way to start, but that's way easier said than done. And I think that, you know, whenever it comes to the EU, it's got to be through Brussels, not several different competing member states. And I think getting that line of thinking kind of crystallized is going to be the challenge. And I think that Ursula von der Leyen's current commission is up to that challenge. You know, they're at the beginning of their mandate now. You know, it might be easy at first glance to look at this and say, well, everything is overshadowed by the security environment, but this is an important and crucial part of the security environment, as it enables member states to do a lot of different things in terms of defense, in terms of keeping up, because, and I'm going to bring this back to security and defense because that's my field first and foremost. The modern battlefield is changing, and it is still very much a kinetic battlefield, but the role that cyber and digital space plays is only increasing in importance, and you can't win wars without being a modern military.
Francisco, do you also perceive AI as the future tool of development, and we should pay attention to that as a, team, European Union, or countries? Yesterday, France announced again a few billions on AI, or perhaps like country by country.
Let me put it this way. It's an area that I follow, not particularly hands-on in it. What I can tell you is that from a practitioner standpoint, right, from a resilience standpoint, and NIS has defined it very well in the risk management framework for AI. Look into it in detail, like it's governance, let's be honest. Governance, visibility, and so on. That's what we can do nowadays. So being aware that these tools are being used, they increase productivity undeniably, and users will go for those. So governance around them as a part of your attack surface. The ability to actually inspect certain language models, and so again, there are frameworks more on the technical side that can be used, like Matter Atlas, and there are others as well, and threat modeling of AI tools. So I would say, probably I would put my efforts on ensuring, if I was, one of these institutions like European Union and so, on ensuring that startups have an environment where they can really feel they're growing, right? They can be incubated. Look at, there was a couple of years ago, even here in Poland, a great market for startups from Israel. I remember that place. It was just startups from Israel here in Poland. And the question is, well, what can we do? Like there's an organization, I think, that's doing an amazing job. They are the European Cybersecurity Organization, ECSO. Sebastian and team doing a great job. And they just start putting in place like a forum where startups from all across Europe can come in and be incubated and so on with very little formalities. There was a summit in South Poland, I think Katowice probably last year, and they just collect companies from all around the country and so on to stimulate growth. And so that's, I think, what needs to be done. AI or not, I mean, that's still growing opportunities. And so definitely I'd be all in favor for seeing like stronger, European players in this, because we have the brains, but I think the difference is just probably in formalities of doing actually things rather than us knowing what needs to be done. That's my view.
We're coming to an end of the Q&A, but you mentioned startups. So my question is, when we think about, in general, startups in cyber related to IT security, how do you perceive when we have cyber resilience? We also talk very much about society resilience, but when it goes to startup, when it goes to cyber resilience, should we always have or implement a cyber security teams? It means that we are entering the new era, that cyber security team should be always there. How do you see it? Is it the future idea of startups?
This question makes me understand very well that still it is not clear what cybersecurity is and what cyber resilience is, right? So they go towards the same direction, but they are different. So I would say we need skilled workforce to do the job either way, whether it's resilience or not, or security, right? But the key difference is that on the resilience side, you assume that at some stage something can go wrong, so you need to be extra prepared, right, against the unpredictability and the volatility of the threat actors. An example that I wanted, I think, to mention it on one of your questions before, but is the cyber-physical convergence, which go back to kinetic and so on, right? There's, I've contributed to the White House report on this. It's called PCAST report with Phil Venables at Google and others. And what is clear as well is that we see more and more physical impact from cyber-initiated incidents, nothing new kind of, but then there are specific things that companies still don't do. And thanks to certain regulations, I think that the awareness starts coming up. But then that's even not enough. Again, we need a more skilled workforce. I've contributed to the NIST Cyber Resiliency Skills Framework, which is new. People can comment actually now, so you just Google it and you'll find it. And that's where I personally struggle to find experts in the field. Like I would like to hire more as well, but it's difficult. So definitely startups, go there and rule the market in Europe, yeah, but as well, I like to see more skilled European workforce on cyber resilience. And in Poland, there's a huge talent pool, right? We know it. But still, maybe come over at the academy and then as well, I'll help you out.
Dear audience, you heard there is an announcement, and young generation, but also experienced and ambitious people, there's a place for you. You could be hired. So last questions to both of you. Lithuania is trying to secure the border, and what they did, they decided to exclude all Chinese companies. The same, we had huge Olympic Games in Paris. Again, France was trying to exclude all Chinese devices, mainly cameras. So now we have a large portion of electronic devices around the world made by China. So what is, now the question is for you, then I'd like you, Francisco, to answer also. What is your assessment of the security risk from this omnipresence of China, because they are everywhere, and how you perceive it, our deterrence, our, let's put it this way, security when we think about Western companies and institutions. And also, finally, we have this personal area. You mentioned TikTok. So how do you perceive it with this huge presence of China?
Oh gosh, I mean, I could do a whole entire segment on that. I don't know how I'm going to do this lightning quick. I don't think that I have to, answer the question by saying it's a massive risk. You alluded to that, and I think that everybody knows that, and everybody's catching up to that. I think that the only pushback against that are certain policymakers who still have a soft spot for China and their money. I think that the Lithuanian government is doing a lot of great things in their approach to geopolitics, and especially for such a small country, you know, they should be applauded for that. And they did the right thing. You know, China does cyber attacks, but they also do cyber espionage. They want to get our Western secrets, how we do things, how companies, it's not just, you know, state on state, it's looking at companies. They want to make sure that they master the tools. You know, you mentioned in your previous question to Francesco cyber resilience, but I think cyber resilience means being able to, at any given moment, and this is not an easy task, and I'm not suggesting that it is, but at any given moment, be able to respond to a cyber threat like that, and also be able to strategically outthink your adversaries and think about what tools that we don't know about might come in the cyber market or the cyber black market. And I think that based on the global security environment being as it is, and especially based on, you know, the most recent NATO summit communique from the Washington summit, where China was named by name and linked to enabling Russia's brutal war of aggression and conquest against Ukraine, that signals that thinking is different about the kind of actor that state is, not has become, but is. And I think that, you know, we are able to, in my perspective, I have more of an optimistic view, so long as there's cohesion and there's not political gridlock, to outpace anyone else in the cyber domain. But I will fully admit that there are people who disagree with me. I just think that it can be done, not that it is necessarily going to be done.
Francesco, to sum up.
I would encourage everyone that actually adopts technology, regardless of the country of origin, takes an assume breach approach. What it means is that rather than trusting immediately something, right, rather assume it's bad. This is clear from the NIST SBOM software bill of materials that will become eventually a regulation in the future. That's for US, but then as well in Europe, at a couple of Europol conferences have been there. In terms of forensic evidence, it's very difficult to retrieve certain things from tools that are inherently like unsecure. So I think rather take this approach, and then you will have your own assurance of what really you are dealing with. Definitely these regulations against NIS2 is a good example of ensuring that software producers and manufacturers that are being introduced that have a kind of a thorough way of being assessed, and then everyone will make their decisions, you know, based on what they believe is proper.
Thank you very much, Luis. Thank you very much, Francesco. I reckon it was a great chance to learn something new. I learned a lot. And see you within a few minutes. There will be a short break, 2 minutes break, and then last two presentations and a chance to learn more, be resilient, and also to improve your skills in cybersecurity. Seeing with you a few minutes. I'm extremely happy that I can see you again after the break. Now with me is amazing expert. I'm so glad I can see here next to her. So it's Anne Leslie, and we talked a lot about resilience. Her topic is entitled Resilience by Regulation, Cracking the Compliance Code of Dora and NIS 2. So Anne has almost 20 years of experience. She's Cloud Risk and Controls Leader MEA IBM. She helps European financial institutions securely adopt public cloud solution, and also she is a recognized thought leader and expert. I leave you here with Anne, and I wish you a good time.
Thank you so much. I'm delighted to be here. So, as the intro said, the topic is resilience by regulation, and I've quirkily entitled it Cracking the Code. Now, I don't want you to think that there is a single code. There isn't. There is recommended paths, there are different ways forward, but there is not a single code. It would be so easy and wonderful if there was. But let's get into this crucial topic of NIS 2 and Dora. So starting with the basics, there are a few things that are important to understand. Now, for the audience today, some of you may be compliance, risk, regulation specialists. Some of you, however, may have a more technical focus and be IT practitioners, etc. Now, I'm not suggesting that if you are in that category that you need to actually become compliance specialists, not at all. However, there are some things that you do need to understand because they will impact your work and how you actually approach these topics. So when we're looking at NIS 2 and Dora, it's important to understand that NIS 2 is a directive and Dora is a regulation. Why is that important? Well, quite simply put, because in the European Union we have member states, 27 of them, and for a directive, each one of those member states is entitled to make not entitled, they must transpose the directive, but what they can do is have national flavours of that transposition. And it means that there can be variations between the different member states in terms of what they choose to accentuate, prioritise, etc. Dora, however, is a regulation, and that does not require transposition into national regulation. And what is impactful from a practitioner perspective is that while both of these instruments are trying to elevate levels of cybersecurity in the European Union and build more digital resilience, how it happens is slightly different. Dora is aiming for a harmonized approach. It's aiming to unify different rule frameworks, different existing mechanisms that exist around the European Union. And what we see is that there is less national variation, less room for arguably national gold plating. And again, you could say that there is perhaps a smoother path to implementation. Now, how to begin? These are big topics and they can feel a little bit overwhelming. Now, my suggestion, I'm not saying that there is only one path to approaching this, but my suggestion is look at this as a big elephant of a problem and try and break it into chunks, getting increasingly deeper and more specific as we gain mastery and comfort with the topic. So we're going to be looking at things like the scope, the requirements, the sectors, the enforcement date and the penalties. What is the same between them and what is different? As I mentioned in the intro, they're both aiming to elevate levels of cybersecurity and resilience, but the emphasis can vary between the two and the focus is slightly different. So DORA, the Digital Operational Resilience Act, it's specific to financial services and it is far-reaching. In some ways you could say it's almost a catch-all. It's easier to look at who isn't in scope than to list out the thousands of entities who are. You can see them here on the screen. It goes from everything from the banks, credit institutions, through to trade repositories, insurance companies. A very few marginal outliers in insurance, for example, are out of scope. Some more specific entities have a particular route to compliance because of their status in the financial ecosystem. But broadly, nearly everybody is in scope. What's interesting is that also we have ICT third-party service providers. So these are information and communication technology providers, cloud computing services, software providers, data analytics services, data centers, and others who are identified as being critical third parties. Now, Dora has the particularity that it is known as being the lex specialis. Now, that is a legal term important to know because financial services falls under the scope of Dora. However, the European policymakers and institutions considered that there are certain characteristics of financial services as an industry which mean that it needed special treatment. So this instrument of lex specialis means that NIS 2 incorporates financial services, but there is a special mechanism, which is Dora, that makes the rules that supersede NIS 2 for financial services. NIS 2 directive, as its name suggests, comes after NIS 1. Now, I wouldn't go as far to say that NIS 1 was a failure. Far be it for me to say that, but the fact that there is a second iteration shows that there is an ambition and a desire and a need to go further than NIS 1 was able to go. It significantly expands the scope of application in terms of the sectors that it applies to, and it encompasses far many more entities than previously. Now you can see again some of the sectors here on the screen. We're looking at things that are identified as being critical in terms of their impact and their vital importance to how our societies and how our economies function. So everything from energy, transportation, wastewater, drinking water, health, digital infrastructure, even space. And when we see the types of entities that are in scope, they're divided between essential and important. And again, there are criteria related to the size of the entity in terms of number of employees, turnover, and the impact that these entities or companies have in terms of how important they are to how our societies and our economies function. Now, as I mentioned, NIS 2 and Dora share some key activities. There are some differences in terms of where the focus lies, but there are some things that are common. And you can see, for example, that there is a focus on risk management. There's a focus on incident response, continuity, supply chain. Again, the reason that I'm highlighting this is because it's important to understand that if you happen to be in an entity that is impacted by either or both, you need to understand where are the overlaps, but where also are the subtle differences. And without actually having to go through either of these regulations or directives line by line, having that big block feel of what is this trying to achieve? What are we aiming for? And what is the focus of the policy-making ambition behind this? Now, as a way of cracking the code, what I'm trying to do with this following section is give you some guidance in terms of how you can think about these complex topics and break them down into something more manageable so that you can construct your own mental model of how you as a practitioner want to approach this. We're going to be looking at the who, the when, the where, the what if, and the how of both Dora and NIS 2. And what I'm trying to get you to think about is how can we achieve compliance for our organizations? Yes, vitally important, but we can do more. We can also embed security and resilience into our organizations. Why? Because it's the right thing to do. Why? Because it's a foundation of digital business success. And because there's a way of approaching this to say that it's not a one and done. There is a regulatory enforcement timeline, there are application dates, but arguably you could say that those dates are only a point in time, and that what we're aiming for here is something that will allow us to continually get better, to incrementally improve and to drive these outcomes that serve not only our teams, but our wider organizations and the ecosystems, societies and economies to which we all contribute. So let's start with who. Now, it's going to be really important to start with this basic question. Who are you? And I mean this not just in the philosophical sense, I mean it in a very pragmatic sense. Who are you in terms of your company and your team? Where do you sit in your organization? What are you responsible for? What are you accountable for? Where does your company sit? Who are your clients? Who is in your supply chain, and whose supply chain are you in? It's really important to expand our frame of reference so that we see not just what is right in front of us and the busy work that often we get consumed by, but also who is around us. Who do we touch? Whose activities do we depend on? Who depends on us? And the reason this is important is because even if we are not directly regulated under something like Dora or NIS 2, it's highly possible, even probable, that we're going to be impacted by this because we are in the supply chain of somebody who is regulated. And those entities are going to have expectations on their third-party providers, on their partners, and it's going to be a critical success factor for any business going forward to understand what do these entities require from us? How do we need to show up as a trusted provider and as a partner? Now, another question that's really important to understand is if we are in scope for either or both Dora and NIS 2, because it could happen. It could happen that because of the activities that our company engages in, we might be in scope for both. In that case, who supervises us? And that's a really important question because you can almost consider that stakeholder group your audience. They have enforcement power over you, but depending on whether you're in scope for Dora and NIS 2, the focus is slightly different. Banking supervision has a particular way of working, and they care about certain things. They care about protecting consumers from harm. Most of all, they are concerned with preserving financial stability, making sure that financial institutions are robust, that they can respond, withstand, and recover from disruption, and that there will be no risk to the economy or the functioning of the wider financial system. The supervisory authorities or the competent authorities for NIS 2, it's not that they don't care about financial stability, but their remit is wider and it's something slightly different that they're going to be focusing on. The reason that I'm asking you here to consider who supervises your company is that you're going to need to think about how you're going to provide evidence and assurance of your efforts and how you're going to convince those people when they come asking you questions and inspecting you and supervising you, showing them that yes, you have a really firm grip on your operations, that you're making risk-informed decisions, and that your security is at the level that it needs to be. In your organization, do you know who's accountable for driving the initiatives around NIS 2 and Dora? Do you know them? Have you got a relationship with them? Are you collaborating with them? And the difference between people who are accountable and people who are responsible. Ultimately, that's one of the things that is shared between NIS 2 and Dora. The management body of your organization is ultimately accountable. And in the best case, you are already getting a really clear steer from your board, and your management body is present and doing what they need to do, which is, to use that phrase, noses in but fingers out. They're helping you, supporting you, but allowing you to get on with the job. And here, that question of who is accountable and who is responsible, if you haven't got names and faces to answer those questions, I really strongly suggest doing some investigation internally and making a point of building relationships with those people. No single team in any organization has the answer to all of these questions. Really, the name of the game going forward is going to be cross-functional collaboration and increased teaming. Now, when we're looking at the enforceability date for both Dora and NIS 2, for now, based on the information we know, Dora, it's the 17th of January 2025. And for NIS 2, theoretically, it was the 18th of October 2024. Now, what I mentioned about the difference between a regulation and a directive is that member states have the responsibility for transposing the directive into their national law. some of them are a little bit behind the curve. So right now, to my knowledge, there are countries like Belgium, Italy, Croatia, Hungary, Latvia, and Lithuania, if I'm not mistaken, who have already made that step of transposing the directive into their national frameworks. Other countries are following up. What it means is that there's still a little bit of uncertainty, and I'm using a little bit in relative terms. There's still a ways to go in terms of that legislative process about finalizing the legal texts. Again, my suggestion to you is let that not be a reason to derail your efforts. You can't control the legislative timeline. However, what you can control is how you're cadencing your program, how you're deciding to move forward, where you're deciding to put your efforts. These requirements, be they from NIS2 or from Dora, they're coming. And as I mentioned, more resilience and better security, it's only ever going to help your business. So those timelines, they're important. Do pay attention to them, but have them maybe in your periphery. Use them to drive urgency if it's helpful, but don't allow it to cause such a degree of panic that it forces bad decision making and decisions that are made in haste. The question that is maybe more important is, when will you be ready? And the million-dollar question in some senses, because there are penalties included in these regulations, and there are enforcement measures that are a lot more severe than might have been the case previously. This is not something to be messed with. There are very serious penalties that can be inflicted, everything from monetary fines to actual custodial sentences in the case of very, very severe breaches. Now, readiness, it's not just a one and done, as I mentioned. We're looking for continual improvement, ongoing drive to lifting that bar of what cybersecurity, hygiene, resilience, and outcomes look like. So it's about being ready to move forward and having a plan of cadenced, sequenced steps so that we can incrementally improve and get better. Also think about, where do you operate? Now, one of the characteristics that Dora and NIS2 share is that they are both extraterritorial in nature. And what it means is that not only firms who are headquartered in the EU are in scope, it's firms who do business in the EU. So you could be, for example, a firm headquartered in Australia or Asia or the US, but because you have an activity in the EU, well, you're part of our ecosystem and part of the economy here, and you fall into scope. So important to understand whether you operate in a single member state. Do you operate across borders? Again, the reason this is important is because it will determine who supervises you. And again, coming back to that question of, you need to be mindful of who supervises you and mindful of what they care about, so that you're able to build a narrative, have the evidence and have the assurance so that you can satisfy your stakeholders in the countries where you are operating. You might have a main establishment there, you might have significant operations, or you might be delivering cross-border services. All of those are factors to take into consideration. The other thing is where, and this is more from a logical perspective, where are your biggest risks? And have you mapped them out? Have you documented them? Have you got consensus within your organization about, these are the areas where we need to focus. This is where we're going to start. This is where we feel we're exposed, and this is where we're going to plug the gaps. Also, where are you in terms of maturity? Now, there is no shame in being in low maturity. In all the conversations that I have where I have an opportunity to engage on these topics, I try and take shame out. People's embarrassment, people's fear of revealing where they actually are. We can only get better when we're honest with ourselves, with our teams, and with our organizations about where we actually are. And if we're starting at ground zero, so be it. The only way is up. But we have to know where we are so that we can make a plan, evaluate our risks, evaluate the resources we have, evaluate the criteria against which we are going to be evaluated, and plan against that. Honesty and transparency with ourselves about where we're starting from, it will only ever help us in terms of mapping a way forward. And what? So the what is really important in terms of trying to understand, what do we need to do for Dora? What do we need to do for NIS 2? Is there an overlap? Are there things that we can mutualize? Are there things that we can rationalize? And clarity. Clarity is going to be your friend. Now, clarity is not easy. It needs to be constructed. It doesn't happen by accident. It's the fruit of honest conversations, candid debate, revealing what we know, being honest about the things that we're not sure about. But we can only get to a good place of driving forward with speed and not haste, with intention, if we have that clarity about what it is we're trying to do. Also, I'm not a fan of scaremongering and getting people to move fast because they're fearful, but we do have to be mindful. As I mentioned, there are enforcement penalties embedded in these regulations and the directive. We have to take them seriously. It can go nasty if we don't actually act according to what the regulation and the directive require. People need to understand what could happen if we don't comply. Now, the other thing is, even if it's not a compliance problem and we haven't embedded resilience and we haven't embedded the right level of security, we could get attacked. Okay? We need to think through those scenarios too. What could happen if things go wrong? And that what if question, it's so useful, it's so powerful, and it's so simple. Think about the scenarios of what might occur. What is in your threat landscape? What risks do you know about? Where are you exposed? It depends on the culture of your organization. Some organizations make it easier than others to discuss these types of things. Some organizations encourage radical candor, active debate, revealing unpleasant pieces of information. Nobody ever likes talking about gaps or things that need remediation. There will never be an organization that has too many resources or too much time. We're always going to be operating in an environment of constraint. We're never going to have enough of anything. But that doesn't mean we're helpless. We can always make good plans, making the most of what we've got, the people we have, the smarts we have, the expertise we have, doing the best with what we've got where we are. So ask what if. What if we're not ready? What then? What if we get hit? What then? What if something breaks? What then? And once we've thought through that and built up trust with ourselves and in our wider teams and got buy-in from management and buy-in from the board, we're in way better shape. It doesn't mean that everything's perfect. It doesn't mean that there won't be disruption or mess. But what we're doing here is assuming that there's going to be disruption and that we're going to be able to respond and recover and get back to normal steady state operations anyway. What if we're not fully ready? Is anybody going to be fully ready? I think it's, that great unspoken secret. The expectation is not that you be ready on a given date, fully ready, everything signed, sealed, and delivered. No, the expectation is that you have put things in motion and that you have plugged as many of those high priority gaps and risks and vulnerabilities as you can, with a really clear roadmap of what you're going to be doing going forward. And planning for the scenarios, making sure that you have a plan and that you're able to pivot and adjust as things occur. And how? How are you working? How are you working together? Are you working in silos? Are you working only within your team, or have you managed to break out of that functional line? Are you talking to IT and risk and security and compliance and legal? Are you talking to people on the outside of your organizations? Have you got advisory firms coming in? Are you talking to your partners and your clients? It's so important to have that kind of matrix mesh of ecosystem engagement. It's not just a buzzword, it's not just jargon, it has to be meaningful. And I think going forward, what we're going to see is that the business relationships that thrive are ones where we're comfortable and trusting enough to be able to expose what we're doing inside our organizations, how that impacts our partners, and how we can actually combine our needs and our requirements in a way that when I help myself, I help you, and vice versa. It doesn't have to be, I help myself, you take care of yourself. the world that we're living in today is too interconnected for us to be able to function like that successfully anymore. We have to be thinking about win-win situations that are not just jargon and buzzwords, that they actually show up in behaviors, and that we're thinking about how does my success impact your success, and how can the decisions I make you stronger, and vice versa. That's what a supply chain looks like when it's working well. And how are you thinking about the evidence and the assurance that you're going to need to show your internal stakeholders and your external stakeholders? How confident are you? Are you going to be showing up to those conversations shy, worried, anxious, or are you going to be able to show up with a narrative and a story that really stacks up because you know you've thought this through end to end? You know about where you're vulnerable because you know the threats that are out there. You know the risks you have because you know your technology stack. You know your network topology. You know where people are and what data they're using and how the thing all flows together. And you have a plan. You've thought through it and all the blocks are kind of coming together. That's what we're aiming for, having that level of confidence that we are able to tell that story and live it in our organizations. Now, my suggestion is that please don't feel overwhelmed by this. I know it's tempting to feel overwhelmed, but you know more than you think you do. Now, best case, you're already guns blazing and you're ready for what's coming in 2025 and the coming years, but maybe you're not. If you're in that latter camp, have confidence that you know more than you think you do. And my encouragement is assess what you're already doing, assess what you're good at and accentuate the positive. Plug the riskiest gaps. Start with those big blocks. Now, here in no particular order are 12 components of what any robust strategy is going to contain. Looking for outcomes and making sure that we are putting these activities and mechanisms in place because they make sense. Now, doing it in an intentional way about trying to drive change, drive value, and push the dial on measurably better resilience, measurably better security, so that we're able to show that it's not just busy work, that we're able to show that we have intention and that we have that firm grip on what the threat landscape is, what our risk profile and appetite is internally, and that we're making decisions as a function of that. It's covering everything from the risk through the governance into training and awareness, over to more technically focused aspects of access control, multi-factor authentication, encryption, and something that's showing up more and more, for example, in Dora, which is a focus on using threat intelligence and doing threat-led penetration testing. The other suggestion I would make is leverage frameworks and standards. Things like NIST, ISO, they're frequently present in our organizations, but also sector-specific standards. So for companies that might be falling into scope of NIS2, you might be in transportation. Standards that are applicable to railways, for want of an example. Reuse, recycle, upcycle, and build only when you need to. Right? Look at what the frameworks are already, the frameworks that you already have in your organization. What are you using? What are you trusting? What makes sense? If you're using ISO 27001, what do you need to do to uplift it? If you're using NIST, same thing, right? And looking then as well at the sector-specific frameworks that could be of help to you. One other point that's super important. For NIS2, the language is very IT focused. However, if you happen to be in an organization where there is a lot of OT, operational technology, there are specifics there, and you have got to make sure that your management line and your management body and the board give you the support so that you're able to actually embed practices and protective mechanisms that take into account the specific characteristics of OT. IT, stating the obvious here, and OT, they're not the same. So while what you might be doing on IT also can benefit from these actions of reuse, recycle, upcycle, and build. Just make sure that the OT component of your organization is not the poor relation and that it does get taken care of at the same time. One point here that's very important is that NIS2 certification is a thing. Now, the member states are going to be designating certification bodies. Entities who are in scope will go through an application process and then assessment with a certification decision and an effort around ongoing compliance. Now, this requires work, it requires resourcing, it requires effort. On the upside, well, if you get a positive certification decision, you can kind of go, whew, okay, we're certified, we're good, we've met the bar. The certification is valid for 3 years. You do have to keep on demonstrating that you're compliant, but there's a certain level of clarity and comfort that comes from that. I wouldn't say it's bad news, but it's an important point to note that there's no such equivalent certification mechanism for DORA. And it goes back to what I mentioned at the outset of this presentation. How banking supervision is executed is different. So what will typically happen is that the mechanisms that exist with supervisory authorities like the European Central Bank, they will come in and using the supervisory powers that they have, they will audit and inspect and provide guidance and findings and recommendations. But there's no such clear-cut mechanism as there is for NIS2 to say you are DORA certified. Now, this big picture journey to better compliance, more resilience, and stronger cybersecurity, I've broken it down into 4 big chunks. Now, the risk with 4 big chunks is that I'm oversimplifying, but it's to say that we can look at it and take a big picture view to stop the overwhelm. We've got to anticipate the risks, we've got to prioritize. We've got to engage with our stakeholders and educate them. Implementation, driving forward with a strategy, cadencing across technology, across legal and compliance changes, and also having these mechanisms for evidencing, providing assurance around our efforts and continuous improvement. And with that, it's a lot of material. There's a lot of topics that are in there that would warrant a 3-hour presentation just by themselves, but I wanted to give you an overview and to point you in some of the directions where it will make sense for you to start asking questions. Again, there's no single map, no single code, but what I wanted to do today was equip you with better questions to allow you to go and find your own answers, have a better conversation with your colleagues, your teammates, and in your wider ecosystem to see how can you better collaborate and drive forward on a path to cracking that code of resilience by regulation. Thank you so much.
Hello again, we are coming to an end, but it's not the end. Last but not least, now with me it's Piotr Adamczyk, who will going to deliver the very interesting presentation that is good practices of the IT department in the perspective of security standard and procedures. My guest has the degree in computer science. He's also passionate about experience and leveraging technology to improve business. He's almost a decade with Accents, and he has a huge interest in technology, modern technologies. He enjoys sports and psychology, so we have a great mix today with us. This presentation is the last one, but it also gives you a summary of everything we have heard today. Good luck and have fun.
Thank you for that introduction. Welcome everybody. Today we'll talk about good practices of IT department in perspective of security standards and procedures. This will be highly correlated with NIS2 directive, and I will be talking about norms like ISO 27001 and 2 and NIS2 directive objectives. And first of all, we will answer a question: how can Accents help you with NIS2 directive? How you can comply to several objectives that NIS2 has, and how to comply it with Accents and Vision. So as you can see on this example, we have new NIS2 roadmap and how to comply to several objectives. We'll talk about risk management, we'll talk about incident management process, and we'll talk about security during today's presentation. And if it comes to security, we'll be specifically talk about security in correlation to different security norms, as an example here, ISO 27002, that can be used in combination with ISO 27001 to create a so-called information security management system. And as you can see on this example, we can help you to comply with many ISO 27002 clauses, like access control, like remote working, storage media, logging different operations, and monitoring critical devices. And now we will move on to the first step of today's presentation. So we'll talk about role of the asset in risk analysis process. Risk analysis process is very important if it comes to NIS2 directive, because you usually start with it. You have to understand risk, you have to understand threats that might affect your organization, and based on that you apply specific security controls. And if it comes to that process, according to ISO 27005, we have 5 important steps if it comes to risk management process. So we start with so-called context establishment. So you have to understand internal factors, external factors, and analyze and understand risk appetite and establish risk acceptance criteria. Then we'll move on to risk identification, risk analysis, risk evaluation, and risk treatment. And look on the right side, here we have a diagram with the most important steps in risk management process. And as you can see, I would like to highlight this especially, that it's continuous process. As you can see, we sometimes go back and forth between risk treatment and context establishment, because this process has to be constantly updated, because there are constantly new threats in our reality, and you have to adjust system to adapt to the changing reality all around us. And if it comes to methods of risk assessment, You can choose according to ISO, event-based approach and asset-based approach. If it comes to asset-based approach, it's more commonly used because it's described in ISO. It's described also in a NIST framework. So I will continue my presentation talking about asset-based approach. In asset-based approach, the first thing that you have to do in order to understand what kind of a risk can affect your organization, it's an asset management process. And ISO 27005 describes two types of assets. You have primary assets like information, business activities, and processes. And we have something that is especially important from the perspective of IT department, supporting assets, hardware, software, network, staff headquarters, and organizational structure. And you have to understand how possible malfunction of hardware or software can affect information and business activities. So that's highly important to correlate supporting assets with primary assets in that process. And if it comes to good practices that you can apply in this field of inventorying of assets, you can once again go back to ISO 27002, and in several clauses you have information about what kind of activities you have to do if it comes to managing assets of your organization. So we have 3 clauses that you see right now, and those can be synthesized to some critical key points of that process. So first of all, keep in mind that this process has to be dynamic. So it's not like a static spreadsheet in Excel in which you see assets. You should update the information in case of changes in hardware or software. So it's best to use some kind of IT asset management or configuration management database solution to keep tracking the changes that might happen in case of those assets. Then you have to include the location of the asset, owner of the asset, and what I think is the most important aspect of this list is correlating assets with people. So you have to understand which users have specific assets connected to them, because in case of termination of cooperation or change in that cooperation, you have to know what kind of asset employee must return to organization, because you don't want to leave a person outside of your organization with critical assets that can store some confidential information. To sum up, if it comes to good practice in inventory management process, you can look up ISO 27002 to understand that process. And in my opinion, critical factor, connecting assets to people, analyzing changes in those assets, and using IT asset management or configuration management database system. And now you see example of this kind of a system. This is Accents and Vision module, inventory module that can help you creating inventory of assets, and I'm talking about all assets. I'm talking about hardware, software, supporting assets, but also primary assets. That's extremely important if it comes to ISO and NIS2 directive. And on the left side, you see a list of dynamic inventories that they are divided by the type of an asset. And on the right, you see example of an asset. So it is the most fundamental type of an asset. It's called, like, as you can see, it's a computer. And on the fields that you have here in the asset, you have a field belongs to. So with this field, you can connect asset with specific department to understand and analyze location of a specific asset. You have person responsible. So we have a connection to a person. We have serial number, inventory number, and below you have custom fields. So you can create your own type of assets to track other hardware assets, but you can also track digital assets. And I can create a type of asset that represents information. So here on this example, you see information classification based on ISO 27001. Usually, those lists can be created in Excel spreadsheets or something like that. But in my opinion, it's much more reliable and useful to create it in this kind of a system, because not only you have information here, you have on the left side supporting assets, and it's easier for you to analyze how those supporting assets can affect information of your organization. And then With assets, we can create list of suppliers to monitor supply chain of your organization. And I created a list for accesses. So I create type of an asset that represent access given to some specific users. And I can track this from the perspective of a system and also from a perspective of a user. And at the end of this section of today's presentation, I would like to tell you more about Access Inventory Assistant. So this is a unique feature of our solution because you can use it to track hardware and hardware assets based on the QR code. You can print it out directly from our solution, and then you can stick it to some devices in your organization. And now let's assume that there is real live example. You go to some room, you see some device. Let's say it's docking station, you don't know person responsible, you don't know warranty time, you don't know basically what that is. So you want to check that out, and to do that, you can scan the QR code that is attached to that device, and you will see all the fields directly downloaded from our solution. So you will see warranty time, you will see a person responsible, you will see location of that device. So keep that in mind. It's very easy to track devices with QR code. You can understand what's going on if it comes to the most important assets of your organization. And now we will move on to the second part of my today's presentation. We'll talk about incident management process and the role of a help desk system in this field. Okay, so let's talk about incident management process. And according to ISO 27035, we have 5 main steps if it comes to creating policy that can help you to manage incidents in your organization. So we have plan and preparation to create documentation, incident classification documents, and establish proper teams that they will respond to some specific incidents. We have detect and report, asset and decides. So basically those 2 points are about detecting anomalies, detecting so-called events, and then turning those events into incidents. We have respond, so this is response for some specific incidents, and at the end we have to document a whole process of analyzing and working with that incident to learn lessons from it. And if it comes to event, this is very important information because according to ISO, before there is an incident, we talk about event. So event means that there is some anomaly that you detected in some systems that you have. Security system, log analysis tools, IT department, and system operators' daily work, or users, because users can also inform you about that fact. And at the end, we have third-party companies. And from those points, you can detect anomalies, and this anomaly can mean that there is potential incident. But this incident isn't like incident yet. First, you have to analyze it from the point of an event, and specific people responsible for it will decide that this event is really an incident or not. And the source of those anomalies can be access and vision. You can include access and vision, our solution for IT management and improving security, into that list because access and vision in SIG's module can detect anomalies about computer usage, about servers, about network devices, about users' activity. And then this anomaly can be sent directly to a ticketing platform to create so-called event. And you have event registration phase, and then specific person, IT administrator or security specialist analyzes that event and decides that this event might be, in this case, an incident, and you have to do proper response to it. And to answer a question, how to analyze, what aspect of analyze, what key points of the infrastructure you have to include in constant monitoring of your organization, we can once again go back to ISO 27002. In several clauses, you have information about it, and this can be synthesized once again into specific points, and those points are correlated with features of access and vision. So what you see right now on the screen can be monitored by our solution. So I would like to highlight some of those aspects, some of the most important aspects in it. So incoming and outgoing network transfer and those related to application usage, resource usage, so CPU, hard drive, memory transfer, and performance. So you have to constantly measure those, and when there is deviation from the norm, you have to create an event in the ticketing platform. And what is the also important thing, you have to establish so-called baseline value that you consider safe. So when you measure performance and there is deviation from that baseline, there is an event. And once again, the same for user behavior. So there is no more questioning like, do you have to monitor users? It's required and you have to do it because if it comes to incidents forensics, you have to have information about users' activity in your organization. And right now we'll go through some of the features of Access and Vision. So as you can see here, you have a network module. So you have custom map in which you can visually see if there is everything okay with some devices in your organization. But you can go into the details. Right now I see performance statistics of crucial server in my organization. So as you can see, based on that graph, I can establish this baseline value that I talked about earlier. So from that point, I can measure the average value that I consider safe, and when there is something that is above that value, it will send notification on your email, on your mobile phone, or directly to ticketing platform. And we have module for analyzing users' activity. As you can see on summary view, we have work time, so we see what person is logged in on some specific computers during some specific time ranges. And we have application timeline. And this is extremely important in case of incidents. As an example, ransomware incidents. So let's say that user opened some Excel spreadsheet with infected macro in it. And that macro downloaded with use of PowerShell some additional information from some server or from the website. And this computer, because of that, was infected with ransomware. So you can get into that statistic, export that statistic, create a report for many users at the same time, and analyze the data. And that is extremely useful if it comes to incidents forensics, because you have log of all users' activity on all computers in your infrastructure. The same for web pages, printouts, and at the end, according to ISO 27002, we have bandwidth. So we have a set of transfer for, this is separated for specific applications and processes, and you can track internet out. So when some processes are sending huge amount of that data over the web, that this amount of data is exceeding your safe baseline value, you'll be automatically informed about that fact. And we can block websites, we can block applications, and that's extremely useful if it comes to blocking processes that are correlated with PowerShell. So you can block PowerShell for regular users. So when something is trying to open PowerShell on user session, it will be blocked, and IT administrator can be excluded from that list. So for IT administrator, it will be still possible to use PowerShell. And usually PowerShell is used in some case of attacks related to opening Excel spreadsheets or human interface device spoofing attacks. To sum up, Access and Vision can detect events in multiple areas: activity of users, endpoint, server, network device. You can track performance, and in case of detecting anomaly, this can be sent in the ticketing platform, in which you can create and manage whole process of responding and documenting incidents. And now let's move on to the last topic of today's presentation. I would like to talk about cyber hygiene and improvement of security standards. So in Article 89, NIS 2 directive specifies a couple of the most important and fundamental security practices that you can include in your organization right away. You know, you don't have to even think about risk analysis in those cases. You can implement it right away. So it talks about user awareness, software updates, network segmentation. Those are basics, but I would like to extend that list with one aspect related to USB devices. As you can see on this example, ISO 27002 says a lot about managing USB devices. In clause 7.10 describes policies that you have to establish. And you know, we live in 2024 with artificial intelligence. We live in world and era of cloud solution. But in my opinion, and opinion of many of our clients, USB devices are still, they can harm your organization and integration and confidentiality of information of your organization, because those are still being used in many social engineering attacks and are still evolving, and I will show you that in a minute in some example. But if it comes to USB devices, you have to establish proper policy, and you have to encrypt those medias, and if those medias USB devices are available, you have to enable monitoring of copying operation. And this is example of how this field is constantly evolving. This is regular, the most basic USB thing that you can imagine. This is USB cable, you know, and you could ask yourself a question, if really a cable is a threat to my organization? Unfortunately, yes. Because this cable works as a regular cable. It can be connected to a computer, charge your mobile phone, it can send and transfer data over your mobile phone. But when this receiver that you see on the screen is turned on, this device changes into a so-called human interface device spoofing attack device. And this device can then work and simulate keystrokes on a user computer to run commands, to try open command line, to try to open PowerShell, and download some additional things from the web. So keep that in mind. This field is constantly evolving, and you have to create a policy in regards to USB devices and have some solutions that can help you to deal with it. An example of that is called Data Guard module, in which you can create a policy to block other, that means unauthorized devices unknown to your organization for all users, and then in specific USB device window, you can define individual permissions for some specific groups or users, and you do it based on the serial number. So based on the serial number, you can detect devices that you trust, and then you can add it to some specific users or groups to manage USB devices in your organization. And you can audit operations according to ISO 27002. So in case of saving some files, deleting some files, you can detect that and be alerted on your email or on your mobile phone that this situation like that happened in your infrastructure. And to sum up, Access and Vision is integrated management and security solution. It can help you to comply to NIS2 directive in many areas. First of all, you can monitor devices, you can track performance and detect anomalies. You can do whole IT asset management process to track changes, to connect assets to people. You can monitor users in 2 modules. You can work with ticketing platform to manage incidents in your organization and create a policy of blocking unauthorized USB devices with our solution. And at the end, I would like to invite you to additional contact. If you have questions, feel free to contact on my email, feel free to reach out, and thank you for your time. Goodbye.
All's well that ends well. I have to say that we are already at the end of our tremendous conference. I reckon that our speakers did a terrific job. I'm very glad that we spent this day together, but fortunately that it's not an end of our journey, it's only the very beginning. So Robert, what is ahead of us?
Yeah, first of all, Alexander, thank you for hosting today's sessions and question and answers. You did very well. You were very active till this part of the day. And thanks to all participants that you'll be actively participating on our Discord channels. And as we said, it's not only about the broadcast from our studio, Cyber Defense Studio today, but also technical sessions. So the next 2 days is all about practical knowledge from the workshops, and you will have quite a lot of them. Tomorrow, 5 hours of those. And what's ahead of us? We will have those topics such as identity and access management. We will cover the topic of deepfakes and NI and social engineering, and also the interesting issue of open source intelligence with the representative of Italian police force. So quite interesting setup of experts and speakers. Please remember to be prepared from some practical exercises, ask questions. And obviously, I would like to highlight one more issue, because many of the registered participants are coming from the countries from different parts of the world, spanning across different time zones. So please, if you are rewatching this video on YouTube, don't hesitate to join our community and catch up later on at the time of your convenience, because we are ready to answer your questions 24/7. The people are there. You can ask about anything, you can leave a comment and participate in it. So please do it so, and we wish you a very pleasant day and hope to see you tomorrow at workshops.
Thank you very much. It's a high time to wrap up. As you have heard, Accents Defense 24 Admin Days Global 2024, we work without any stop. We are unstoppable. Thank you very much for being with us today, and see you in a few hours. Let's put it this way.
See you then. Have a nice day.
you